Welcome to the Vulgtrog recommends. My name is Vulgarian Troglodyte or SJS, and I'm here with my good friend, my henchman, Altaz. So how are you today, my henchman?
Yeah, I'm good. I was down with a cold all week, so glad that I'm feeling better, and we can record our conversation. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, especially as Tony is back. So I've been manic since he came back. I've been so happy, but yeah,
Tony returns. That was actually very exciting. Yes, that's very exciting to have Tony back.
yeah, he's a very special person. But I'm not gonna again go all poetic with him again. So I'll do that privately. Yeah,
Yeah, his enthusiasm was definitely missed. I love his enthusiasm. Like gives it makes you feel like, oh, okay, you're doing something. That's interesting. I mean, we largely have these conversations for ourselves in general, but it's good to know. And it's nice to have Tony's comments because he makes excellent comments and shares excellent thoughts. So he pushes it forward. So that's really nice. So welcome back, Tony.
welcome back. Yeah,
Our third podcaster. He's in the room, but you just don't see him.
yeah. But anyway, so today's topics are again a silent voice, Conan the Barbarian, then a bittersweet life, and then Freddie Gibbs's Piñata, and then of course before all of this we have the burning questions. This time we have two, and also in the end, like last time, we are gonna talk about ice hockey a little bit because it's fun to talk about some sports as well sometimes. So because I'm a man of many hobbies, so
Yeah.
even though I'm a Vulgarian troglodyte. Troglodytes aren't supposed to have many hobbies other than eating meat, but
Yeah, I just thought of another burning question. Now I don't know whether to ask my original one or this one. But
well, you can
yeah,
do both of them. So yeah. Well,
okay.
anyway, I'll start with my burning question. It's a pretty simple one, probably. So, what are your top three boutique labels?
My top three boutique labels. That's
Yeah,
a great question. So let's see. I don't know what will come in as number three though. That's the thing
I think I know your
because
number one, but yeah,
yeah. And this is the problem. I don't want to say my number one because then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, come on." Right? Because it's now not cool to say this as your number one boutique label, but it
well,
remains
it's my number
Criterion.
one too. So yeah,
Oh, is it? Okay, okay, that's good to know. So definitely Criterion is number one. Um, and number two, uh, yeah, not just for like, oh, yeah, I just thought of another one that could be in there too. But okay, for now, I will say number two is BFI because it's the other one uh, I do focus on. I know sometimes there's a lot of similar releases to Criterion, but I think BFI produces like excellent extras. Like sometimes their extras are far superior to the Criterion ones for like the same release. And I like that. BFI is a nonprofit. I like what they stand for and like that. So currently, I would say, yeah, it's not just on titles alone, but what they represent. So I'll say uh, BFI and oh my god, there's so many more. Um, but let's say for now, I will for the third one today. I will say I'll put in Kino Lorber. I do enjoy that they put out. I like classical Hollywood. I like some of the kind of peripheral movies you don't always think about that they bring out. So you can get a really nice combination of like kind of fun releases, more artsy releases, and right now what they're doing with the kind of partnership with Cohen and putting a lot of these films out, these revenge films out, these um, and Romare films out and stuff like that. So I'll go with Kino Lorber. And do you answer the burning question, or is it just for me?
No, well, I answer it too. So again, Criterion is my number one. When you just look at the back catalog, I mean, it's the most insane one. And again, when I think about this question, I think about mostly the quality of films that they bring out and then extras. Second, and I think Criterion again has released films by many of the great filmmakers, and yeah. But then I would also probably go for BFI because they have a really good catalog of films and the releases are really good as well. And then I might go with Second Run
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah,
I'm almost always excited about the films that they
yeah,
release. So
yeah, yeah.
they probably have the best average for the films. That again, I'm almost always excited about the films. But again,
Yeah,
Criterion has some misses. Again, like the Terry Gilliam stuff and things like that. But
yeah, definitely. I was like there with Second Run as well, and I was like, okay, do I do Kino or Second Run? But I had to be honest and be like, yeah, some of the Kinos are a lot of fun. Some some great classic Hollywood and stuff like that you can throw on. So I do enjoy Kino, and I pick up quite a lot of them. So I had to be honest about that. But yes, I love Second Run as well. I'd love to be Second Run complete, because they're doing really really great things. And like I said to Second Run in one of my videos, if they were ever watching, I would love for them to start restoring and releasing some Bulgarian cinema. Because that would be exciting. Which was also interesting because you picked in your appearance for the Ronan Nazarene, you mentioned Year of the Hare, and then apparently there was this Bulgarian remake of Year of the Hare story as well. That was more recent, not as critically acclaimed, but I thought that was interesting. That was something I never expected. So, um, yeah. So shout out to Ronan Nazarene Talks and your appearances on that podcast, and that's a great one that people should watch and attend.
and again, back in the day, I used to really love Arrow when they still had the Arrow Academy
Yeah, 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 yeah,
label. But
yeah.
again, these days they usually don't release anything I'm interested in. But what can you do? So
Yeah, they're going a bit populist, aren't they? Right.
kind of same with Eureka Masters of Cinema. Again, they used to be all about the art house, but I mean they still released the good stuff like the Zulawski set last
Yeah,
year,
yeah,
for
yeah.
example. I was like, I am forever grateful for that one.
Yeah. Eureka is one of those that, like you said, they have an excellent back catalog, and it's crazy that a lot of those are like, so many are out of print that are like really interesting titles, and I wonder if they'll ever come back. But yeah, they've shifted a bit in their focus. That's for sure. But BFI is doing continues to do interesting things and bring interesting movies out. And Floating Clouds is coming in July. So, and they
Okay,
restored
then
films I
okay.
didn't think they would restore. Like There Was a Father. Like when I watched that, I didn't expect that someone would actually restore that now any further, because they're the ones who put it on a disc. But so you can get There Was a Father in Blu-ray, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good movie as well. I watched it fairly recently on Criterion Channel. But anyway, maybe it's time for your burning questions. So.
Yeah. So my question is that, so it came as a result of watching all these recommendations you share. Like, they always challenge me, but I was thinking from your perspective, what one film would you if you were trying to purposely make me feel really uncomfortable, which film would you recommend for me to watch?
Okay, that's a great question, but a difficult one to answer off the top of my head. But, what would it be? Um, well, because okay, you've already watched this one, so I can't go with that one. So, yeah,
Interesting.
that's actually a really hard question. Yeah,
It's okay if you don't have an answer. It's just curious, because it's like, it's almost like you're curious how someone sees you, as in what they see would make you uncomfortable. kind of thing. But if you don't, it's I know it's a hard one to kind of on the spot, so we can even kind of reserve that, and it may even come up in a later recommendation. So I can ask you my second question.
Yeah, maybe
So
I'll
that's
think about that question for the next episode, and I'll have an answer
yeah,
then.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, think about it. Um, my second question was really simple. It just came up as you were talking and you were mentioning all your interests. So, how do you find time to kind of engage in all your different interests? Because you're also one thing that you're also engaged in studies that are quite challenging and difficult. You're in your like you're doing your master's studies, and so you're also a full-time student. So it's like, where do you find the time to kind of engage with all your interests? Like, what how do you manage to do that?
Well, I think again I'm a pretty effective student in a way that I know how to study effectively in a short amount of time.
Okay.
And again, I always focus on the assignments, so I focus all my time on them. But then, other than that, I don't study as hard as maybe I should. But then again, I have lots of free time. Again, the studying doesn't take that much time, although obviously there are periods when it takes more time. But then obviously I don't have like many like social engagements other than like meeting some friends here and there. So I have lots of times for these kind of solitary hobbies, you could say, like watching movies and following hockey and stuff. But to be honest, I would want to have more time for it. And I always have also these kind of periods where I focus more on one hobby. But yeah, I'm never able to focus on all of them at the same time. Like now I'm kind of getting back into film mood again, like the Ronnie Nazarene thing kind of inspired me, for example, to get back into watching films. But then when I get back into watching films, I usually listen to music a little less, and I'm not reading as much, and so it's really hard for me to balance these out.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, but music is the one thing that is the most consistent because it's my favorite hobby, and then hockey. I have kind of a routine for it that I always check the scores when I wake up and usually
Okay.
read some articles and then I watch the games here and there, but I don't always watch the games, but I always follow the statistics and stuff as I have this weird fascination about the statistics, like I've said. So,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's like you kind of one takes your primary focus for a period of time, and then you kind of that focus can shift. Like I can totally see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually one or two hobbies at the same time. So.
Yeah. I can
But
totally
I
see.
admire those people who can like watch a film a day and then read every day and like do a bit of everything every day. Like I cannot do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
And I also just sometimes get bored of these, even though I really love films and stuff. Sometimes you just need a bit of a break.
Yeah.
And I used to kind of force myself to watch films even when I didn't feel like it, but I don't do that anymore.
Yeah. I kind of do. I'm more like a gears person. So it's like, let's say when I go into like hardcore mode, like watching some of the most like challenging or great films like that. It's like a high gear, and then I have moments where I'm like, okay, I gear down. So I still watch movies, but then it's like, yeah, it's like that's why I put Kino in there. So it's like, not to insult what Kino has, but sometimes I might go in a period where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just watch some nice like black and white like 50s Hollywood cinema for a little while, like that, and then I gear back, and um, so that's kind of, but it's like rarely a period where I don't watch something because watching stuff has a really, watching the right stuff has a really good impact on my brain for some reason. It's one of the only things that can really calm my anxieties and challenges, which is so that's always kind of consistently there. I don't really, but sometimes I don't have trouble making myself do that too because I can get into a headspace and then I'm just sitting and in my thoughts and in my concerns and all that stuff. And I know I should, if I just put on a movie and all that stuff, I will. And to get myself to do that sometimes is hard. Yeah.
And I should also say that when I'm not watching movies, I'm usually watching TV shows, so I'm always kind of watching something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. You do watch a good amount of TV as well. Yeah.
I've even been watching a little bit of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Transformers.
Okay.
And hence my name as well. So,
Yeah. Okay, that's
yeah, I've
very
been
good.
in a very kind of nostalgic mood lately. So like listening to 50 Cent and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Transformers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Conan the Barbarian. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
But maybe we should go into the actual topics now. This probably will take quite a while as we have 3 films to discuss, but we'll see how it goes. So we're going to start with the one that probably requires the most analysis. And I'm really excited to hear what Altaz thinks about this one. So it's again Naoko Yamada's A Silent Voice, again based on a 7-volume long manga. Again, I really still want to read the manga. I haven't yet, but again, I think the manga has a little bit more story than this. Again, it's 7 volumes, so and this is like a 2-hour movie. But yeah, this was my second time watching it. I watched this for the first time last year, and I talked about it then a bit. Like on the first time, it really wrecked me as I can relate to many of these characters, especially the 2 main characters, Ishida and Nishiyama. I can really relate to those 2. But now on the second watch, as I knew what to expect, I didn't become like the same emotional train wreck I did when I first watched it. But I still got very emotional and related to it a lot on my second watch. But yeah, this might be my favorite animated movie these days. I just love it so much. But so, what did you think of it?
Yeah, I thought it's a very good movie. It's very complex, and as we were discussing in the pre-chat, when I'm watching these movies, what I find interesting about our different approaches is how you're able to emotionally connect, and I have a challenge with that. So I go straight with the analysis and all that stuff, almost like trying to, not to sound snobby or anything, but intellectualize like what I'm watching, which is a flaw I have, to be honest. I don't suspend and then completely go in. So sometimes with some of the films you recommend, like whether it's The Nun or A Silent Voice, I almost feel like I wish I had the time to watch it twice before I talk to you, because it's like I have to process and then be more emotionally engaged, because it is a highly emotional film. And uh, despite that, I still felt like quite emotional in many of the scenes. So yeah, looking forward to kind of hearing your kind of thoughts and stuff.
Yeah, again, I've also had problems with the intellectualization in the past, and I probably still have it with certain films and stuff. But with this one, it just really hit me.
Yeah.
But it's also like, even though it's about bleak themes like bullying and suicide and self-hatred and social anxiety and things like that, it's actually still like bright and happy and funny at certain
Yeah.
moments,
Nice.
and it has its hopeful nature to it too. Like, it's not like a tearjerker from start to finish, but it has so many of those tearjerker moments. But where to start with this one? I think many people, or quite a few people, criticize the movie for not having likable characters, but I actually really like these characters, and I think they are very complex characters, and I like them. Even Ishida, like when he becomes a better person, I really like him, and I don't think they are unlikable. I think the only really unlikable character is Ueno, again the girl bully who always bullies Nishima and like takes her like hearing devices out of her ears, and even in the end, Ueno still doesn't like Nishijima. So I really hate her attitude in the movie, but to me, she's the only unlikable character.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I didn't know that this was one of the critiques that no, the characters are unlikable. Yeah, now I'm kind of thinking about that. I never kind of sensed that. The characters are very different than what you would normally see if you're kind of telling this sort of story. Um, but the nuance actually makes the story more effective. In my perspective, is that? Did you feel that?
Yeah, I feel that again, that the characters are very nuanced, and I don't like really expect a film to have like this kind of, oh, these people are the likable ones, these are the unlikable ones. Again, that's not humanity. Okay, we exist in a gray area. People have flaws and there are good sides to them. So I think I don't never really understand this point anyway. In like when we critique art, that every single film should have even likable characters, because sometimes unlikable characters and these kind of complex characters that exist in the gray area are way more interesting than some like surface level likability.
Yeah, and having characters that have shades of different things and conflicts is what makes them real. So, maybe that reaction is coming out because, yes, sometimes I guess in films or even animated films, there's more clarity in terms of who's on the right side of the line, where here there's just a blurring. And that's why I also like feel like it's a very challenging film because it's like to discuss this film uh, or think about this film is to try to actually think about experiences and what actually was happening and not happening. And I think this is what makes the film challenging because you then start thinking about how were you bullied if you experienced bullying. But more importantly, while you're being bullied, it's very rare that you're essentially a saint because you're being bullied. Somewhere you are still going to differentiate in levels. At least that's was my experience. And I'll admit, yes, I was responsible for that too, because while being teased or bullied, there's always someone who's worse off than you, and you tend to protect yourself uh, by, in some ways, participating in some sort of bullying or teasing or putting down of someone else, because at the end of the day, human beings are hierarchical. Um, so it's a very complex topic, bullying, and I think that definitely is a pro for this film that it's trying to deal with things uh, in a complex way, and in the reveals of the internal struggles of the characters are really affecting.
And again, like I said, the character Ueno, who is the most unlikable one, even she has a different side to her when she cares about Ishida, when he's in the hospital in the end, when he saves Nishima from trying suicide, when he falls off the balcony. So then Ueno is taking care of him. So we see that she has a caring side to her and a decent side to her, even though she hates the deaf girl, Nishima. So there we see again that nuance and complexity. And like you said, that again, the people who are bullied, again, there's this idea of that when you are bullied, you try to avoid conflict, and then maybe you don't like, you just look on the sides when somebody else is bullied, and then you kind of become, you can do these immoral acts or sometimes amoral acts because you try to avoid conflict, even though maybe you should try to help other people who are bullied because you know how awful it is. But yeah.
yeah, and I think those were the characters that's also reflected in the story. And yeah, I'm not going to be good with the names, but this is also reflecting the characters who decide to not do anything about the situation, just kind of disappear or avoid it altogether, and not take a particular stance. Like Ueno's like okay because she's taking a particular stance, um, but then there are like characters who are a character who is then uncomfortable and doesn't want to say anything and doesn't want to uh, get involved. And it's very hard to empathize with that kind of character. That's why it's like very brave to have that character in there, because those are there. The ones that just stand by, they watch it happen, and they're like, "Look, it's not happening to me. I don't like it, but it's not happening to me, and I don't want the consequences of what uh, if I speak out or I don't feel strong enough to speak out or whatever." And they kind of go off the side, and to know that what might be the emotional impact they're experiencing as a result, because you kind of think of only one word: coward. Okay, you're a coward. You're not picking a side. You're not defending. You're not speaking out against wrong. But this reveals something about that. Yeah, but that person is suffering in one way or another. So I think like you said, that's what's even great. Even with Ueno, it's like we forget how fragile childhood is. So you have a group of friends, and something comes and it disrupts all that, and ends up hurting someone you care about and stuff like that. You can see her strong reticence uh, to the situation. You don't agree with her behavior, but at the same time, it's like it humanizes the person, because we also don't know. There's a whole other element. We don't know what's going on in the home. And of course, the film can't go into everything, but it does try to hint at that as well by showing some of the family life, that there are complex family lives going in. There are siblings that are impacted by some of these things. So it's going through the layers of how this is rippling, or how this comes together and creates a situation.
I think her name is Sahara, who is the
Yeah,
character who
Sahara. Yeah,
like
right. Sahara.
coward. The character again, she
Yeah.
even admits that she's a coward, but she's again Nishima's friend, but she doesn't help her when she's bullied, so she's a coward in that way. But of course, I think near the end, Nishima says to her that even you can change, because of course this movie is all about change and redemption and again, trying to become a better person as well. Okay, which we mostly see through the main character Ishida, who was the main bully as a kid, but then later on he's actually the outcast, and they very cleverly show how he has this awful social anxiety when they have the like axes like in other people's
Yeah. Yeah.
faces, because he's always looking down and he always thinks that other people are judging him, so he tries not to pay any attention to their faces or them. Like, so I can really relate to that so
Yeah.
hard. That
I have that too.
you always think that other people are gonna think of the worst of you and stuff, so you try to just stay in the shadows and not make a deal of yourself because you are so afraid. Yeah, so that was like a very clever way of showing that, and this film is so beautiful visually anyway. Like the visuals really add to the story, even though mostly it actually is very kind of bright and happy looking, like this cover, which kind of gives contrast to the difficult themes of the film a little bit. And it's
Yeah. I
also, by the
mean,
way,
yeah.
like very interesting scene when Nishima is in the balcony about to jump and kill herself. Again, when we have the fireworks and everything, so obviously the fireworks like resemble the new year and a new beginning, but she's trying to end her life when she's supposed to try something new when it's again the fireworks and stuff. So there's kind of a contrast that yeah, this is supposed to symbolize something new, but she's actually just trying to kill herself. So and that's one of the darker looking scenes of the film, as it is dark and it's like awful when we see her see her jumping, because obviously we really feel sorry for her because she's had such a awful time in this movie and in this story.
Yeah, I mean that's that's that whoa moment, right? Because prior to that, everyone's okay. It concerns the bullying of this girl, but everyone's kind of self-consumed in that. One person is self-consumed by the guilt of the bullying. One person is self-consumed by how that ruined a particular good time for them. One is self-consumed by like why I didn't do anything about it. One is consumed by being the good sister and the parent and on and on and on. And in that moment with the fireworks, there's also this explosion because it's like you now take the perspective of the person who's actually suffering that bullying, and you didn't think about the whole time how she might feel about herself as a result, right? Because I'm the reason this is all happening. It's I'm the stupid one, or I'm the problem, and if I'm removed, there is no problem. And that fragile thinking, that is exactly what you think when you're young, because I remember thinking that way when I was young, right? Anytime I would think like I'm the problem, okay, if I don't exist, uh, no more problem. And it's also dealing with a very uncomfortable issue that yes, now it's talked about more because of social media and stuff. People are like, oh, childhood depression, childhood like suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. Uh, but that exists. Like I mean, I experienced that without there being social media, um, and it's such a dark topic, right? But it's like if you don't have something like this, and if let's say parents and stuff are not brave enough to show these kinds of things to their children, um, they are not getting the opportunity to feel less shame, right? Because are you really going to come out and say, I'm thinking, I think about this? Because you do think about it. For those who suffer significantly, that does happen. That's how you feel. That's how you think. That's how you see the world. And so that part was extremely powerful because now it turns around and it says, we're all consumed about stopping bullying and whether bullying's wrong and punishing the bullying and all these things around it. And then we haven't even started paying attention to that person who's the subject of it, what they might be thinking and feeling and considering. And so it pushes everyone out of their self-consumption as well over this, and then starts thinking about her as well and what she's maybe feeling internally. So it's extremely uh, uh, yeah, affecting and emotional when that happens.
Yeah, and that's also like a very accurate portrayal of that, how she never kind of got to develop a healthy self-esteem due to the bullying, which is obviously a big consequence of bullying, and also having like toxic family life, that you never develop a self-esteem, and then that becomes later on self-hatred. And then she obviously, like before she tries to kill herself, obviously everything looks like fairly happy, that again she now has friends and she's with Ishida and they are good friends, and she has reconnected with Sahara and other people. But so on the surface she looks so happy, but then under there in her mind she's still a burden and still hates herself and everything. So that's a good example of how even when you do find a better life and happiness, but you still cannot get rid of those emotional scars ever, no matter how hard you try. And even though somebody might seem very happy, they might be very depressed on the inside. And of course, like many people, many toxic people say often to depressed people that you just smiled, so how can you be depressed?
Yeah,
Even though obviously people don't always show their depression on the outside. And again, even though you have self-hatred and depression, it doesn't mean that you never smile or anything like that. So yeah, it's a very powerful depiction of all of these things and so relatable.
Yeah, and I was when I started the movie and then even seeing the runtime, and right, the story initially it proceeds very, what seems to be, it proceeds very quickly because most stories they focus in a very simple way through this kind of phenomenon, right? So, and the movie seems to be moving through those beats quite early, and then you say, so what? Why is this film 2 hours long? Like, what possibly could there be to be explored? That's actually how I felt. I was like, okay, we're moving through the beats very quickly. So what and it's later because it's actually, yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, I think about how amazing it is. The more it's like it's going a layer and it's like that's not sufficient enough. We need to go further. And so the thing plays out. The lab continues to proceed, and characters are brought back. And it's like we have to go another layer. We have to go another layer. We have to consider this perspective. We have to consider that perspective. And it's like getting more and more complex as the story goes. When it starts like as we know most bullying stories, very simple. Right? Oh, they're this guy bullied and all that, and now he's trying to make amends or whatever it is. Um, so that part of it is really great as well because yes, we are peeling the onion back layer by layer. We're going further. We're not just stopping at surface. No, we need to go deeper. No, we need to understand this thing a little bit better.
Yeah, we of course see the suicide thing in Ishida too. Then there's this scene when her mother asks him that, "Did you try? Why did you try to kill yourself?" And then he kind of accidentally admits to it, and he had like um got rid of like half of his calendar because he thought that, yeah, I'm not gonna be here anymore. In like the second half of April,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it was. Yeah, and so that's kind of like how this film balances these different tones, as it's even kind of a funny scene when her mother is burning them on money. Like, yeah, I'm not going to give you this money until you promise
Yeah,
me that you're not gonna kill yourself.
yeah,
Yeah, but this kind of shows also this idea of karma a bit. That again, he was the confident bully when he was younger, but now he's trying to kill himself, just like Nishima, who was the bullied. Yeah, so it's kind of a sad road of life for both the bullied and the bullies. Like we of course know from real life, we always say that again, the bullies often have like awful family lives. They have lots of repression, and then they take that out by being violent and by being very toxic. And I think that's often true.
yeah. And so that part also was, it gave me pause to think, right? Because and question, because unfortunately that doesn't always happen. So we are telling the story of a bully who actually is called out in his bullying and then he's kind of ostracized for being a bully, which I guess maybe this happens in today's time because there's more awareness of bullying. But when I grew up, no one was ostracized for being a bully. Like when you're a bully, you're like king of the schoolyard and you continue to be king of the schoolyard. So there's actually a reward to being a bully. And however, I also don't want to say that that never happened, that a bully stopped being a bully. I can definitely. So this film makes you think about, is that always the case? And I thought about certain people that did make the turn between elementary school and like high school and started to become different or much nicer or much kinder. Uh, but there are people who just kept on because there is a reward to being a bully, unfortunately. right? Because bullies may come from troubled places themselves, which is true. But then if you're rewarded, it's a very powerful fuel. And that can be very validating. So it can encourage the bullying to go forward. And some people can carry that bullying into their life as well. So it's such a complex topic. So I again, um, this is incredible because it's covering that story of someone who is called out of the bullying and wants to reform, but then looking at all the circumstances that surround it. Of course, there are other explorations of bullying that we could also go into, um, which would be subject of maybe different stories.
And I've seen in my life that again some people change, some don't, and of course we always have to remember. I think 2 or 3% of the population are like psychopaths. So obviously, psychopaths probably tend to be bullies both in school and also in the workplace, and then they often become obviously CEOs and stuff. Obviously, that's very scary fact when you think about that. Again, like 2 or 3%, it's quite a lot of people, especially in bigger countries. So when you think that so many people are psychopaths and stuff, so yeah. But I think obviously this film, I don't think it has any psychopaths because we see good sides for all the characters. Like I said, even Ueno, who is the most toxic person, but even she has the caring side. Like I said, but I think again most people can change, but there are so many different factors that play into it that for some people it's almost impossible when the whole world is almost against you. So it's really hard to change in that. But for somebody else who just has better conditions, better family life, etc., it's easier to change them.
Yeah, and that raises another important point that's covered in this film. It's a question to people who have either witnessed bullying or suffered it. What are we to do with a person who actually then wants to change? Because I think this film subtly goes to the other side too. Because when he is then ostracized and treated a certain way because of his bullying, and as a result, then of course has all this social anxiety, all this pain, all this, right? And now he's trying to make amends, and the world just ostracizes him forever for that one behavior. I think we are also talking about tolerance and forgiveness in this film as well. That what does it look like if you just basically try to hang every bully and just say, okay, that's it, you are a bully, you're a bad person, and that's it, no one should ever talk to you again. You should, it's not possible for you to actually reform and become a different person. That in itself causes this whole other harm to this person and stops them, and doesn't give encouragement to people to try to change.
Yeah, this is kind of the question that we always think about also with like prisons, that should they rehabilitate or punish
Yeah,
people, which should be the main priority. But I think again generally it should be rehabilitation. I think people deserve the second chance. That's the humanist side of me. But obviously you have these certain people who are just so terrible that you just aren't able to rehabilitate them. So I think it's a bit kind of nuanced in that way that it should be kind of case by case basis. But I think again the main character of this film, he wasn't bad to the level that he doesn't deserve
yeah,
rehabilitation. He's not like the again like complete sociopath or anything like that. So, but there are certain people who just don't deserve it, the second chance.
yeah. But yeah, like you also were talking about how the film looks. So it is, yeah, it is very bright. Like you said, it's like very bright. In a way, it has a happy tone. It's showing a lot of beauty of the world, lots of beautiful scenes. And I really appreciate that as well, because it goes to show that exterior has nothing to do with interior, like you are saying, or just because you are experiencing an array of things doesn't mean that deeper thing is not going on. So, like, two things, like, just because things are nice because it's sunny out, or there are beautiful trees or beautiful, that doesn't mean that there's no ugliness happening. And the other thing is, just because you have those moments or you have some joy, you have some laughter, you have some adventure, that doesn't mean that there aren't underlying issues. So I feel like aesthetically and tone creates a more interesting, complex uh, picture. Adds more, instead of, if you made it just straight like a brooding tone, then you're not really replicating what childhood and teenage actually feels like. You actually appreciate beauty quite a bit when you're young and all that stuff. You're very much connected to nature and beautiful things, but yet you're still suffering.
And part of this like interior exterior thing is also the fact that okay, we as people, we don't have access to all of our emotions and all of our brain. Okay, we have the unconscious side of our brain, which
Mm,
might can be very sad and negative in many ways, but we just aren't touched with that. So we might think sometimes that we are happy and that we like ourselves, but underneath we might not. Because I've kind of can to get a bit personal, like experienced that myself. That again, there are these surface level things about myself that I like my hobbies and things like that. But then when you really go deep down and analyze yourself, you realize that again, I have lots of self-loathing issues and things like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I think we can see it in these characters again that lots of their emotions aren't the conscious type of emotions. And even like the main character, Ishida, like he has this conflict when he's kind of just about to start the redemption arc that why am I feeling like this? I don't really understand
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
like whether I should be doing this and what are my reasons for this and am I a creep when I'm doing this or is it totally fine? So he's like very confused and doesn't understand the situation himself. So he just kind of goes by intuition, even though he has no idea how anything is gonna go and whether he deserves the second chance or anything like that. So,
yeah. That's so fascinating. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of fascinating things in there. Like, in a way, it's like if every bully could connect with the person they bullied, they actually, there's a lot that might be exchanged. There's a deeper reason why you might be bullying, because you're afraid of something. And what is it that you're afraid of yourself? And of course, he himself was afraid of, like you said, the judgment, the acceptance, and all that. And the X's were really powerful because, yeah, that's basically how I feel in life. And the looking down and the difficulty, making eye contact and this kind of thing. Um, it's interesting for them to kind of explore, because you are kind of pushed, and like I said in the pre-chat, and I guess we'll get into this when we talk about Conan the Barbarian, but there is a lot of, you're raised with that, oh, why aren't you confident? So you're just told, like, you must go and do these things, right? Oh, why aren't you making eye contact? You must be confident. No, you're not going to get anywhere in this world. And there's this pressure. That's why it's very touching in that moment. He's like, I had trouble like making eye contact, and she says to him like, oh, like, that's okay. Because generally it's the opposite. No, well, you have to learn. You must learn how to make eye contact, because that how you're going to get along in this world. So the bullying in a way is a phenomenon of that, because it's like you can't get along in this world if you're not a certain way, if you're not hiding your vulnerabilities and all that. So yeah, there are a lot of interesting things. That's why I'm like, yeah, sometimes I feel like I wish I had time to watch everything twice before I talk to you about it, because it's like after watching it, it's working on you, and then you need to almost see it again for it to start connecting and resonating even more deeply.
Yeah, I think this film also shows the kind of how society doesn't really understand mental illness and how many like toxic attitudes people have about mental illness, that you just say to the person that, oh, you're sad, why are you sad, you have such a great life, like
Yeah,
you can just flip a switch and then you aren't sad anymore. And like I often see in social media, like for example some of these quotes from like stoic philosophers that, oh, you can decide yourself whether
yeah,
you are scared or not, like use reason and you can just flip a switch. Like that's absolute bullshit. Like it doesn't work that way. Like I wish I could just get rid of my social anxiety by just reasoning that, yeah, I have nothing to be afraid of, and I do that reasoning, I do that logic, I know that, again, I shouldn't feel this way, but you still do feel that way. Like you cannot
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah, yeah,
flip a
yeah,
switch. It's just so stupid how many people think that way, that yeah, you can just feel this way automatically. Yeah, you have a nice car, nice home, so why are you anxious, why are you depressed? Yeah, like it's
yeah,
a choice, it's not a
yeah,
choice.
or it's you. Oh, you're overthinking too much. Oh, you're too sensitive. Like I used to get a lot of that too. Like, oh, you're too sensitive. Like you feel all these things because you're way too sensitive. Like these things aren't big deals. You shouldn't be so sensitive. You know, it's like you're saying, like all these things. Like, yeah, I'm not against stoicism or anything like that, but like the whole idea of stoicism sometimes is repression, which is not what stoicism stands for. I don't believe, but people turn it to like a repression. So it's like numb you, almost like a desensitize yourself to all this, and it's not really that. So like you're saying, it's so true. It can cause more harm in many situations. And yes, there's definitely a lack of understanding. There's still a ways to go, and that's why like this is much appreciated, because it's not really saying it's solved everything. It is saying, though, let's think about everyone who's involved in a picture like this, where this is happening. And let's think about what each of those people may or may not be experiencing and struggling with. And then start thinking about this on a more deeper level and in a more complex way.
Yeah, like it's ridiculous to say to somebody that stop overthinking. But what if that person has an anxiety disorder, which is all about overthinking everything? Like I really wish people understood these things better. I think we would have a way healthier society if most people understood these things. What can you do? And I think against stoicism, obviously, from what I know of it, there are lots of good advice there, but much of it doesn't work. For example, if you have some sort of mental illness, I think maybe those advice can work better on people who already are in a good mental space. But then when you already have this kind, like these awful mental illnesses and stuff, you won't get help to it just by philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you also have the whether you're looking at it. See, it's just so complex, right? Like even in Stoicism, if you're like, well, Marcus Aurelius was an emperor, so maybe he had the luxury to think about these things. And someone will say, well, Epictetus was a Epictetus or Epictetus, however you want to pronounce it. Oh, he was a slave, and he like it's like pull yourself by your bootstraps sort of thing starts coming in. But then when you look at statistics, you don't know if you're looking at an outlier or not, right? The idea there is that because that exists, that means it exists for everyone. Whereas in statistically, maybe that's an outlier. So it's complex, and I'm not saying one way or another, because in my life and like in your life as well, you've experienced it, that at one point maybe you weren't as serious about education and then you turned it around. But I know better than, well, I personally feel like I know better, or that's my perspective. I'm not going to just go to someone who's in the same situation as me in high school and just tell them, well, you just got to get serious. I did, right? I know that that wouldn't work. Like if you did someone did that to me, it didn't work. So how is it going to work? There's something else that needs, and it's complicated. So to have that humility to know, okay, it's not that simple, but these factors are in play. Now we have to figure it out. Uh, and even then, it might still evade us. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, this film has started so many interesting conversations that can
yeah.
apply to get real life and philosophy and everything. So yeah, it's very interesting.
By the way, I love the comic relief this guy brought. I forget his name.
Yeah, Nakatsuke, I think is his
Yeah.
name or something like that.
So, like, yes, I mean, we're talking about heavy topics, but of course, the film has a lot of humor as well, a lot of fun moments, a lot of touching family moments. So, you know, I don't want to always give the impression. Sometimes I feel like we always might give the impression that everything is this. Yes, it's exploring difficult things, but it's also got like really nice, funny moments, a lot of nice humor. Um, but I also liked how they focused on the sister as well to show how the younger sister is being impacted by having a deaf sister and how much pressure she feels, because that's often forgotten too. So, and then the pressure the mother was under in all these guys. So they're showing a lot of alternate households as well, you know, run by women, and the pressures that can create and all that. So, and misunderstanding. So, yeah, very great film. Many things you could actually discuss in there. You could pick up a thread and talk about. Yeah.
And of course, like this film has also big ideas about just communication in general, how hard it is to communicate with other people when you have your different problems and different approaches. And with Nishiyama, she has that disability that affects her communication.
Yes.
We see many of these problems just actually rise from the misunderstandings, like when she's saying to Ishida that I love you, but again he thinks that she's talking about the moon or something. Also, that's fun scene, but also very sad because she's already so used to getting misunderstood. But then when she's very vulnerable and saying to him that I love you, but then he doesn't understand, and that's
Yeah.
obviously also something I can relate to often. That often you are afraid that you might, like when you say something, that you might come off as like really weird or creepy or something, even though you're just trying to be honest and express your emotions, but you are always afraid that how other people are gonna react and whether they are gonna understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. And writing is the most difficult. That's why it's amazing that we have literature that actually can communicate things, and even that can be misunderstood. But yeah, anytime I'm making a comment, sometimes as well, even as a joke, you wonder, oh, if someone like someone's gonna take that the wrong way, and then it makes you worried as well. You know, like when I call you pretentious as a joke, and then they'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm not actually trying to uh, make fun of you. It's just a joke. But you get nervous. Like sometimes you're like you don't want it to go across the wrong way.
There's actually one funny shot in this film that again, when Ishida is just all nervous and he's just met Nakatsuke, the comic relief character, his new friend, and they go to the cat cafe. But the
Oh, I love that part. Yeah,
all of the cats are sitting in Ishida's lap, even though he's that socially anxious character who
yeah,
has trouble to connect with people, but he has like 3 cats on his lap. So I wonder whether that symbolizes something when all the cats are drawn to him, even though he's scared of everyone.
yeah. And I didn't even know about these cat cafes. I just like learned about them from my wife once when we were walking, and she was like, "Yeah, these cat cafes they have because apparently cats like relieve people's anxiety."
Yeah,
So they're really good for like, so they have these cafes where you can like sit there and then the cats, their purring and stuff can calm you down. and like actually having healing effect. So I was like, oh, this is pretty amazing. This is very trendy that they're already, but Japan always is, right? It's like it's very well aware of all the trends and the most latest things. So I was like, oh, that was cool that they had the cat cafe in there. I haven't tried one yet myself, but I probably should.
Yeah, there are none of those in Finland, unfortunately. But I know that both Japan and South Korea has lots of cat and dog cafes. Like I've seen these videos of like cafes that has like Samoyed dogs, like dozens of them, and I love Samoyeds. And Japan has those Akita cafes with Akita dogs and stuff. Yeah, and I love dogs and I love cats. So when I go to those countries, hopefully eventually I will definitely visit the cat and dog cafes.
Yeah. Well, which is very interesting because we're going to be talk about a pet snake soon. Which
Even the
is,
villain
but it's true.
himself is a
People with
snake.
yeah, no, people, yeah, it's true though, right? That's why I think a lot of people with social anxiety and all that stuff, of course, find a lot of connection with pets over people. That's quite common. So
And we see like the comic relief Nakatsuki character is also very interesting how he always tries to kind of please Ishida. Oh yeah, can I help you with this?
yeah,
And
yeah, he's
everything.
like
So he's kind of
overcompensating.
again that kind of person who also doesn't have much self-esteem, but he's just trying to be as pleasurable and as pleasant all the time and never show any negativity because he wants other people to accept him. And I can also relate to that when you are
Yeah,
that type of person that you cannot say no to anything and you try to just always show positivity and not talk about your own problems and stuff like
yeah. My way of coping was the entertainer. So make lots of jokes, look like a really fun person. So everyone always used to think I was actually an extrovert and very outgoing. And I didn't even know that, like growing up to well into my 30s, I didn't know until I finally got an opportunity in my life to live on my own. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I'm actually, that's something I do. It's something I do, like, immediately to, like you said, like you do a lot of smiling, a lot of happy. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I'm a lot of fun and I'm like light, you make jokes and all this kind of stuff. And then you realize, oh, that's not really you. So like you said, like same with him, he's like doing all these things, but that wasn't really him either, right? He was hiding his depression and and he was presenting as like one-sided. Oh yeah, I was a bully and I'm not anymore and all this kind of stuff. Still hiding the deeper issues he was actually going through and he wasn't really sharing with her. And it's only when she kind of in a way through her attempt came out and shared with the world what she was going through, they had a new kind of connection that they were both suffering in this way internally. So yeah,
that. And for me, it's always that, okay, people see me as fairly positive, but then when they learn about my like childhood and stuff, and they say, how can you be so well adjusted, even though, again, I'm only well adjusted on the outside, but definitely not on the inside.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And people can mistake that because, well, you're doing well now. See, you're doing great. So like these kind of comments, oh, look at you, you're really smart, you're educated, you're on your way, you're all this. And yeah, people don't, people haven't experienced it or aren't experiencing, don't always realize that it'll be there even if your life looks a certain way. There you go, you watching your movies, you have your collection, like, yeah, all's fine now, like your life is, and it's not. It's like that's half the reason why you're constantly like mining these movies. Sometimes I have to watch one of these movies to get my head right, like, right, like watching something like this, and then it's like my head starts like functioning in the proper way, and that's not normal, right? Like, what's normal about that? Like, you have to go and like watch some like Kieślowski film or something like that, so your brain, or like an Ozu film or something, and then your brain is like has the right perspective. It's like that's not. No one wants to kind of operate that way. In some ways, like it's a gift, but it's also a curse in a way, and that doesn't mean it's all good and everything sometimes you have to accept the fact that it's never going to be all good. It's always going to be a part of your life. It's always going to bring you down sometimes. It's always going to maybe even push you into periods of like depressive like thoughts and feelings and all this kind of it's very complex. It's a lifelong thing.
And we have this kind of culture of toxic individuality that always people, it's about yourself. You can fix this on your own. You just need to think differently, and it ignores all the kind of systems and society and culture that obviously have effect on your mental health and stuff. So yeah, the troglodytism in society, like this shows it again.
Yeah, Tony Soprano expressed it perfectly. What happened to the Gary Coopers? Why is everyone all right? Like this assumption that this Gary Cooper has character that was created, like that person never felt depressed, like didn't have social anxiety, like it didn't exist. We created it one day through psychoanalysis. This kind of pop, or this kind of, we created these problems. They never existed. We used to be able to just exist off killing animals and grilling them and all that. So again, we're hopefully we'll get into that soon. And we didn't need to deal with our trauma in any other way. Yeah, interesting combination of films, SGS, as always.
Yeah, I think we could now start moving into Conan the Barbarian, but to wrap this up, yeah, it was a very interesting conversation, and this is a film that I'm gonna watch very often in the future as I just really connect to it. And now that I've seen it a couple of times, it's now a bit easier to just also enjoy it more than not get too destroyed by the relatability and things like that. But yeah, such a beautiful film, and I think we might do another film from this director for the podcast. She directed this film called Liz and the Bluebird, which is really good, and it's a bit happier than this, but it's also all about repression and communication and things like that. So it's a really beautiful film too. So.
This was the studio that distributed this is Sochiku, right? The ones that used to do the Ozu films. I think I saw Sochiku. It's not on the cover, but when the movie starts, you see Sochiku.
Yeah.
By the way, in your title sequence, it's not A Silent Voice is on the cover, but the film title is A Shape of Voice, right? The Shape of Voice.
Yeah,
So,
I think it said that,
yeah. So anyways, we discussed enough. Otherwise, I was going to actually ask you, like, which title do you actually think is, for you, the right one? A Silent Voice or The Shape of Voice? Because they're both interesting titles for this film. But we don't need to discuss it. But I just was like, when I saw the title, I was like, oh, it says The Shape of Voice, not A Silent Voice. Okay.
Yeah, the Japanese name is Koe no Katachi. Yeah. And the manga is also just called A Silent Voice. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
But I think again, both of the names work really well. Yeah.
I like this A Silent Voice because it's really about silent voices, the voices we don't hear. Like you said, the internal world.
Again, there's a good picture of it doesn't really show, but the axes in the heads, like.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah.
But I think this was like very interesting to have as our first animated film. So
yeah, definitely.
Next it might be like, again, you bought a couple of the Studio Ghibli films, so one of those next out of the animated films.
Yeah, look forward to it.
But so next, one of my childhood favorites. But this is a childhood favorite more in a happy way and not in the toxic way. So again, it's Conan the Barbarian, and I also have the sequel here. But maybe we'll talk about the sequel someday. But I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it actually looks still like pretty good on the DVD. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also in a way good when it's a little bit, wondering what whether 4K would be actually the way to really see it, because when it's a little bit looks a bit aged, it actually adds to the
Yeah, I thought
mystique of
so.
the film. Yeah.
But yeah, so some background again. I considered this to be my favorite movie of all time for a while as a kid, and I watched it like all the time, and same with the sequel. But the sequel I actually haven't seen since I was a kid, so I've pretty much forgotten almost everything about the sequel. But this Conan the Barbarian, the first one, I remembered lots of the main things about it, but it was still like a very fresh experience as I hadn't watched it in a while, so lots of things I had forgotten. But I think it starts really great when we see Conan as a kid and his father kind of talks about their religion and living by the steel and Chrome and things like that. And then again, the evil guys attack the village, and that's a like very cliche way to start a fantasy film, that somebody's family is like murdered in a village and the father is fighting and dies, and then like the son has to grow up and then he will avenge his family and things like that. It's such a cliche plot, but still fun.
Yeah, I love the you're right, the introduction is really good. Like the way it starts, it's like, oh, it's myth, it's legend. We're in that world now, and there is something very satisfying about that when he's like teaching him about that, and this is where we come from, and these are the gods, and he's giving him the lessons. This is what you have to watch out for, which obviously that those things will then challenge him, because that's just how these things are written. As Joseph Campbell studied so many myths, and studied and basically said these things are this archetype things are there, and somehow it's almost like in our DNA. So I don't mind that it's not that exists in so many stories. I'm always amazed by how it can just bring you in. So I did love the intro with the child, and even like the attack on the village. What happens? I love the sequence of him growing up. He's just pushing that wheel, pushing that. And he's just getting bigger and bigger, and you're like, yeah, Arnie's coming. Then you just see that massive Arnold physique, and you're like, yeah. And then, it's like you are amazed. You do recognize that Blockbuster, they weren't necessarily known as blockbusters then, but there's a craft of its own there to create that level of energy and hype and excitement at the presence and the appearance of the main protagonist. And it's like when myth and reality come together too, because Arnold is kind of like that, right? He was such a phenom in terms of his physique, and then it combines nicely with the myth aspect.
And it's actually kind of funny how his father dies. Again, he gets hit by a sword, but then also the Rottweiler dogs
Yeah.
attack him and kill him. But then when Conan gets his freedom, he has dogs after him, but he manages to escape the dogs. So
Yes.
he's kind of like
Yes.
a better version of his father in a way, that he gets to survive those things that his father couldn't survive.
Yeah, and it's like Batman-esque too, right? Facing his fears as well. Yeah. A lot of elemental stuff there, but a lot of problematic stuff there too at the same time. So I'm like, in some ways, it's such a like testosterone kick. I don't know what it is. You're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? Like you get that, and then a part of you is like, okay, what part of you is that? Is that memory? Is that nostalgia? Is it codes that you've learned, or is it just an elemental part of you? Not to be overly analytical, but there's an exciting part, and there's a questionable part too about the whole thing.
It's weird how the women are either like these badass heroes or they are slaves. It's one or the other, basically. Like they are these like sword-feeling heroes to kill everything, even like the biggest guys. But then the other women are just obsessed about the snake cult, and then there's the witch that Conan meets like when he gets his freedom, and that's like like a really funny scene in a weird way. Like it's so over the top.
But I have a question. What age were you when? So this came out when I was like 3 years old. So I was just thinking that, right? It's 81. I was like 3 years old. I've never watched this movie, even though it had cult status. All my friends had seen it in Canada. Like when we moved to Canada and growing up, I was like Conan, like this is the Arnold classic. I never watched it because, first of all, I couldn't imagine ever watching this in my household. Like it's not. It was just impossible, right? And like so I never watched this movie. I'm watching it for the first time, and I'm sitting there thinking, this was SJS's or Vogue Trog's uh, favorite film as a kid. How old were you when you watched this film?
Only 9.
9. Okay, yeah, 9. Yeah, 9 is okay. Just because it's semi-pornographic in some parts, so it's like it's a funny movie to me because they poured. I'm like amazed by that project because I'm like they poured so much money to make this huge blockbuster, and you could see that it's its sentiments in a way are B filmish, like pulpish, right? Which is okay coming from like a comic book story or whatever it was, pulp magazine character that Conan was. And I'm like, what a huge risk that was. Like, what if people are like, oh, like this is, I don't know, people didn't like it. It would have been a lot of money that they would have gone down the drain because the film is like, I think it's so interesting in some ways, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's got the B sentiments, right? It's like almost like soft core. It has a soft core porn vibe to it as well.
But I mean, it's
With
about the barbarian, so I think it makes sense that it has that element, and it's not like too kind of civil or too kind of posh or sophisticated in a way. And it needs to have this kind of barbarian element to it.
yes, I mean, I not saying it should be sophisticated. I'm looking at it as like, okay, well, one thing is it's about barbarians, but it's about our fantasy about barbarian life because that's not how barbarians. We don't know exactly how barbarians were. In a sense, it's like this. It's fantasy. It's a created story. So it's for me. It was also interesting because it's like you're creating this world for a reason, and sometimes I do ask when we create that world for that reason, what are we seeking in that world? Like what are we seeking to maybe release as a pressure or explore or wish for in some ways it's because like that part, I'm not trying to ruin what is probably a very beloved movie for most people, but um yeah, it's just a curious thing. Like I understand the aesthetic choices, but I also have a question because like someone who's 9, like a lot of people watch this when they were young. What are you learning about life uh, when you're those stuff? Because as I discussed in our pre-chat too, like this was the ideal. Like when I was growing up in high school, that's what be tough, be stoic, like get the girl. You know what I mean? Build muscles, be huge, be strong, right? And that's how the barbarians were apparently. But you know, having just come from Bulgaria, where the true barbarians were uh, seen by or categorized by the Romans, these steppe people, these barbarians, these Berbers. Um, you know, we know they weren't that big, as big as Arnold was, and all that stuff. So the fantasy has stuff to kind of unwrap there.
It's like funny, the cover says in Finnish that slave, warrior, hero, the original legend. Like when you describe that like that, it's almost like Spartacus, like from a slave to this hero who liberates other slaves and stuff. So actually very similar in a way. But I think when I was a kid, I didn't think about it
No, no,
like very
of course not.
deeply. I think so. Probably it has affected me like in an unconscious way. But obviously, I was all about like these fantasy stories. I always also loved like Lord of the Rings and things like that. These very heroic stories. But these days, I definitely prefer Conan the Barbarian to Lord of the Rings. As this is kind of that proper like turn your brain off ultra masculine stuff, but Lord of the Rings has that hobbits and stuff that I can't stand. Although Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings is maybe a bit more accurate of the kind of spectrum of humanity and human emotions and type of people, as it shows a bit more emotions and stuff. But this is just all of that kind of like proper troglodyte stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking it, to be honest. Like I said, sometimes it's like communication. What we said, like when we're here, it may seem like I might be saying something that I'm not saying. I'm not saying uh, because I grew up watching like I shared many times, like Bollywood movies, and they're like the most hyper masculine movies, and well, at least the ones I grew up watching a lot of times. Sometimes you had the romantic, either there would be overly like romantic hero stuff, the perfect good guy, or like very hyper masculine like stuff, and modeled a lot on the Hollywood kind of uh, types, character types that you saw, like what Arnold played and all that. So of course, I'm not saying I don't. It's watching, like I said, like watching it, you get very excited and all that stuff. But it's an interesting thing to feel after watching, for example, The Silent Voice the day before, right? And you become a little more aware of, oh, like I was watching it. Like one of my favorite movies to watch growing up as a kid was Rocky Four. You know, and of course that's a very jingoistic thing, where like the Cold War and all this kind of stuff. And I loved Rocky Four, and I still love Rocky Four. If I watch Rocky Four, I'll be like, yeah, I love this movie. So I'm not knocking it. I'm definitely not knocking it. I just thought it would just be like fun to ask you, because I'm trying to think. Okay, you're 9 years old. You're watching this movie, and then all these women, because there's a lot of explicit stuff. So it's like, how did it get introduced to you? Because obviously you're not of that generation. Was it like introduced to you by your dad?
No, I think my father had a big VHS collection, so I just borrowed stuff from there, and okay, he didn't really care what I watched, so I watched this on my own, like for the most part, because I had like a small TV on my room, so I could watch VHSs and DVDs. So I watched it on my own, and then with a friend. So I don't really think he introduced it to me necessarily, but I think I found it on my own somehow. But I don't really remember anymore. Like it's such a long time ago.
It's I mean, you're 9 years old, and obviously there's like a whole orgy in the film, which is like hilarious. But I also think like how action movies, these kinds of action movies, are very adult in a way, but like they had such cult followings with like, yeah, youth and teens. And I'm not knocking it. Again, we all watch these things, right? I watch Pulp Fiction and all that. So, but I'm just like, you just think about psychology and stuff like that. I'm like, I wonder how this stuff impacted us, but who knows? I mean, we all wanted to be Arnold. When I was growing up, there was no better person to be than Arnold. Like, if you're Arnold, that's it. Like, that's the ideal. There's nothing more to be once you're Arnold.
And I also, you mentioned Rocky 4, and I really love it too. Like
Yeah,
like
Rocky
the
Four.
training sequence, like hearts on
Yeah,
fire, strong days. Yeah, that's
yeah.
like my favorite training sequence in film history. Like when he's in the barn and
Oh, yeah, it's the
was
best.
running in the snow, and then we see Dolph Lundgren like shooting up the steroids and stuff. So,
And
yeah,
he's just pushing the cart, and yeah.
yeah,
I mean, that's probably one of the best training montages of all time. Like,
yeah.
I still watch it and get hyped. Like, if I ever want to get hyped, I like watch that training montage, and it's like the best. He's in that barn. It's all that snow. He outruns like the. Anyways, let's not talk about Rocky Four, because that's like I'll go crazy, and I love Rocky Four. So, uh, but yes, let's, I'm not really talking about the movie, which is not good. So let's talk about the movie. So
Yeah, I actually
first of
have
all,
one more.
yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just kind of started thinking throughout this conversation, kind of the concept of religion in
Mm.
this film. That what it says that again the villains have this cult, but then all of our heroes have their kind of individual religions. So it kind of feels like individuality versus collectivism in a way, that these different individuals going against this awful cult where everybody is brainwashed and indoctrinated and thinks the same way, but Conan is about Grom, and then his henchman is about like 3 winds or 4 winds or whatever, like the sky up there. He's up off Grom. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, that's a see. We can't help. I guess we'll talk about some of the things that I felt like were really interesting about the filmmaking itself. But since you're talking about these things, like that's what I thought, right? Because I'll be like, when was this movie made? Oh, 81. Okay, what's going on in 81? And it's like you have pop music, right? You have Pet Shop Boys, you have Madonna, you have this Coke scene, club scene. You have um, a Wall Street, right? I mean, that's when the bond dealers were making all this money. There was all this money. So everything is about, it's an interesting thing because in a way you're getting more and more institutionalized. You're going further into capitalism. So to have the story that this guy is against that kind of cultishness. And I'm like, it's always interesting because some films exist just to relieve social pressures and tensions because at that time you got TV, you got MTV, you got computers, like everything is going in a very different direction than the world of this film. And sometimes I also wonder, so why did we need that world at that time? Something very, it's almost like maybe we're losing connection with what we used to be, and people want to fantasize about that. What was it like to just be, well, in this case, just an individual? Because now you're in this social society, you're in the social machine, you're getting much more indoctrinated, into the gospel of money, all these kinds of things. And at the time, as we were discussing in the pre-chat, there was a lot of androgynousness in the styles. Like women were putting on suits like men, men were dressing like, you had Boy George, you had all these images, and then you have Arnold, which like represents a kind of, or is created as this old school masculinity, just straight power and meat and stoicism, like that Gary Cooper kind of thing. That stoicism, I'm gonna go out against. I don't care about anything. I just care about, you know, having some chicken and some grog and a wench or what, like a woman, and then I'm a woman to satisfy me, and that's it. And then I go off, live off the land. Like it's an amazing thing to think about this fantasy. Like what was going on with people that they were so enthralled by this idea. We always are. It's just a question of, it excites me too. Again, I'm not putting it down. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying we all are. It makes me question what we are looking for.
I would say that time was around the time of when neoliberalism started with again Thatcher and Reagan, and then there was this idea that there is no society, there is only the individual, and that capitalism is individualism, even though you have maybe 10 choices, but
Oh,
the
okay.
choices are McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King. So do you really actually have choices when all of the choices are the same? So it's kind of this like false sense of individual versus the cult, because we all live in a certain collective or certain cult, certain indoctrination, whether it's religion or the social system where we live in. Yeah, so yeah, I started thinking about that, but yeah,
I
what
always
else?
love your analysis because you always bring up all this stuff. It's hilarious. Like you just said, there's only Burger King and McDonald's and Wendy's. You can choose what kind of burger you get. Well, yeah, that's the thing. These guys are hunting, and then it's a time with fast food that you actually have industrialized farming, industrialized meat production, right? So society is moving in the very opposite of what this film is. And it's always fun to see that. Like it's like while people are doing that, while they're drinking Pepsi, they're watching this guy like kill in the stalk and kill in the wild, you know. And it's kind of like this. It made me think like, oh, where are the Romans? Like, where are the Romans? And then we're watching. We need our gladiators on screen. You know, this barbaric gladiator, these barbaric ways. We need that for our entertainment.
And of course, it's
Uh,
like ridiculous when again people think that all of these masculine men they only live by eating meat, but again, for much of history, meat was actually a very much of a luxury product, and they
yeah,
actually just ate it like grains and like bread without anything on it, and then they farmed some maybe vegetables and potatoes and things like that, but not like your poor peasants like didn't get like huge steaks or chicken or things like
yeah, they're only eating meat. Like even in the, when they go into the city and he's eating those things on the skewer, and he takes a bite. It's like this is pretty good, and he's like, you don't know how long it's been there. So Matai says to him, you know, and it's these are very like modern type like things when you go traveling. It's almost like that's something you think about when you at that time if you're traveling to Southeast Asia or something. But it's totally funny though. Like it works though. Like Arnold, first of all, Arnold works. Like he like it's like he was the perfect. It's almost like because he existed, they probably thought, oh, now we can do Conan. It almost felt like that. It's not how it went, but it almost felt like that because who could personify it as well as Arnold? This fantasy that we want to have about these so-called barbarian men.
that. It's really funny when he punches the camel and knocks out the camel like that.
Yeah, and it's like Arnold is a, you know, it's like I mean, what do we call it? Like um, genre. Arnold is like Arnold is a genre of himself into himself. Like he's a genre. He like whatever he does, it's a genre. Like, um, but I also like the world building. I mean, this film does that really well, right? To actually build that whole world and to do it in a with non CGI. I mean, of course they had some CGI effects, but of that time they had very few that they could do. So that shot on location, but to create that world building and all that stuff, I can see why you prefer that to Lord of the Rings in other ways too. Beyond that, there's something that feels a little bit more real in a sense.
Yeah, I really miss these types of movies when it was all like practical
Yeah,
effects and stuff, and it looks actually like the real world in a way. And again, I think the fantasy genre has really died in films when we all only get these like CGI messes of like old stories recreated for people, and they always just butcher those stories, whether it's like King Arthur or Conan or there was a whole horrible remake of Conan in the 2011, like starring Jason Momoa, I think, and I love Jason Momoa, but he wasn't that good.
yeah, I think so. Yes, all the jokes like we had and some of the um, kind of the more social analysis and all that. But let's talk about some of this because of course, like what you're saying, that practical effects thing really creates more of the atmosphere of brutality that the world is trying to depict, right? You can feel the darkness, you can feel the brutality. Uh, you get a feel that this is a person like kind of living off the land. Okay, even though it's fantasized and it's all about just eating meat and all that stuff, but it does do that like really well. Like you see that, and then him versus the cult, and so the stakes feel really high. Um, so that part is really well done. I definitely feel.
Now it's kind of disturbing when they have the snake towers in like every city, and we kind of can see how the whole world is indoctrinated by this cult, and
Yeah,
all people are under this control, and it's like a very authoritarian world, but then we have this ideal that again heroic masculine men can fight against this as the perfect individuals, and then they are the Nietzschean Übermensch almost. They take the control into their own hands and fight against society and then liberate people. And now we have this individualist paradise after it. Maybe.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that the casting of women kind of goes against building this world because they look like straight out of like an aerobics class from the 80s. Like, you know what I mean? They hardly look like barbarian women in some ways. It's like the way they are, it's like the straight out of like an aerobics class, you know, like you would see in those music videos too with the headbands and all that. So that part, they didn't have flat tops in Rome. I'm making that kind of. They didn't look like women out of an aerobics class in New York back then. So I'm being a bit like Ralphie too. But so I think the casting of women, because it's like women you would see like around the gym, and you're like, okay. But of course, it had to do with the beauty, the ideal that was being created around what women's bodies and what women should look like in the 80s, so, and even thereafter. So that's a problematic part of the film. What you said about the roles women have, that's a major problematic part of the film, obviously, and is kind of always there. It's like, okay, rap without misogyny is difficult. So is like a blockbuster without somehow denigrating women. It was just part and parcel of the machine. Um, uh, so yeah, but yeah, the effects were great, and the greatest part of the film, James Earl Jones. I think that made the film even more credible because it's like you have this film and it's kind of pulpy and it's kind of B-ish and all this kind of stuff, and then you have an actor of the caliber that James Earl Jones has, that kind of classically trained actor. It just starts elevating because he's, and him being in opposition to Arnold was just fantastic.
And I just started thinking how ridiculous it is that again these barbarians are that level of buffed, because we know that if you want that level of muscles, like you need to eat like insane amounts of stuff and protein, but obviously with the nutrition that these people have, like you would never get that huge, no matter the genes and stuff, because if you're eating just little meat and bread, because you need to eat like 3,000 plus calories a day if you want to be that big. So
Yeah, and that you wouldn't want to be that cut. You wouldn't survive because if you can't find food for a while, you have no fat to keep you going. So, but even having said that, one thing I did feel like I was like, okay, Arnold was ripped in that, but it's nowhere near how crazy with the CGI enhanced physiques that they show now in the films. Like at least Arnold looked more natural in some ways. Yes, he was really big, really muscular, like all that, but he didn't get himself down to the ridiculous body fat levels that they go to now to show like just insanely ripped, like on like, so it's like it was the beginning of this trend that we see that has continued to all this, to the, you know, to the point of what we see like as Thor, like what was like Thor's physique, but then later on everyone was so upset when they made Thor fat, which was, you know, kind of funny, I thought, in the uh, Marvel movies, but in the last one, Endgame. So um, yeah, so that, you know, that part was good. But yeah, like you said, I can see the nostalgia, and it was definitely fun to watch for an afternoon. It's also always fun for an afternoon kind of watch,
and
to
of course
go on that ride.
James Earl Jones has a couple of those henchmen. One of them is like that WWE, like buffed, like wrestler type of guy that has
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing, and then the other is the older guy, but he kind of looks very buffed as well, and kind of ridiculous with the mustache and everything. But the really buffed guy gets like he dies in such a kind of climactic way because there's that trap when they fight near the end, and he gets the wooden thing like through his heart, basically.
Yeah.
So Arnold doesn't even kill him himself. It's just a trap that kills him.
Yeah, and then there are those meta jokes where he's like, "Oh yeah, so in a way, like I'm your father." It's like, haha, that little Luke, I'm your father. It's like in this way, I'm your father. Yes, James Earl Jones. There's all this nostalgia for Star Wars in there, right? Because this is very much the, in a way, a same hero's journey type story as well. So there's all that, and then obviously we were talking about pets and stuff, and how James Earl Jones is like super upset because he killed his snake, which was his pet. He's like, I'm most upset about that. The fact that you killed my pet.
But he then turns into Snake himself. So
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like rescue the princess, you know, all that great stuff. Arnold on a horse, Arnold on a camel, uh, lots of one liners.
and Conan loses his love interest due to that snake arrow. So disgusting, like those snake arrows. Like,
Yeah, snake arrows.
yeah, yeah, because I hate snakes.
Yeah, me too. But what was good is that Arnold, as we were discussing before, uh, he was never happy. So, in a way, it was a good depiction of childhood trauma because he was just brooding and angry and violent.
And then his henchman says that I'm crying because Conan doesn't cry, and I'm
Yeah,
crying
yeah.
for him.
That's my favorite moment. I was like, okay, that says it all. That's what we expect, right? You should never cry. All this stuff happened to him. He saw the most traumatic things in his life, but he won't cry. He's not sensitive. You need Subotai or Subotaz to cry for him.
Who do you
But
pray
it's
to?
fun.
Grom. Like that was the thing that was in my head, like even before I rewatched this, like the Grom.
Even at the beginning, after he's with that witch lady, and it flies off, and then he's like, "Craw!"
You snakes and the movie. Yeah.
Oh man, Craw.
Grom, I haven't prayed to you before, but I'm praying to you now. Help me win this. And if you don't, the hell with you.
You had the best impressions when you do. Do you remember any more lines?
Not many of them, unfortunately.
Please help me get revenge. The thing he prays for is just revenge. Let me avenge. That's all he cares about. Oh man, you can never really hate an Arnold movie. He's just too
Grom
entertaining.
is waiting for me in the top of the mountain. Yeah. And I have to fight him, or otherwise I don't get to the afterlife, or something like that.
By the way, the narrator, was it John Hurt who was narrating?
Yeah, I think
It sounded
so.
like John Hurt,
Was it
but I
like?
didn't see anywhere him credited. I was like, this is John Hurt, I think. I mean, he has the best narration voice. I mean, his voice is so distinct.
It's really over the top in this one. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. It doesn't say. But now I remember that obviously it has Max von Sydow as well from the Bergman films as the King Osric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great. And you must know the language of steel. Right? There's the language of like money or whatever. There's the language of steel.
But then James Earl Jones that the true power is not steel. It's the
Yeah.
power of flesh.
Thanks for
The,
bringing that
the,
up
the
because I
person
forgot
who
about that.
the person who wields the steel, the flesh.
And yeah, he calls that girl and she just
Yeah.
commits
This
suicide.
is power.
It is power though, isn't it? So that, I
Yeah.
thought that part was pretty interesting and profound. Like They did make James Earl Jones' character like very. His philosophy was interesting, so the conflict of philosophies was there. But one thing I was watching in the extras, which I was like, yeah, was very interesting, is that um, Conan, he doesn't do anything because it's right. So that feeds into what you were saying about the '80s individualism, market capitalism, like everything like that, where it's like, and even like Ayn Rand's philosophy, like you, the individual acts, and what they act ends up being right. So he never did anything because it was right. He never sat there and he was like, this is wrong and this is right. He was just like, you killed my dad, you killed my mom, so I'm going to kill you. So indirectly, he's going to do society a favor because he's going to free them of the cult. But he's not like mindlessness is a problem. So he's accidentally doing right, but he's doing right because he's going after his, in a way, selfish or self motivated driven things. So he's not that kind of hero who's trying to save civilization. He doesn't care about civilization. He's just drawn by pure impulse and, in a way, pure emotion. He's actually the anti-stoic, even though he's stoic, but he's like pure emotion, right? Because he's like, oh yeah, I just need to avenge this.
So it kind of gives very mixing signals because the Randian objectivism obviously is about like individuals doing rational choices and not like stupid emotional choices. But here, yeah, he goes for his self-interest, but does it in a very emotional way, and it comes from that kind of brutal emotional place and not from a place of reason. So
Yeah, he's like this mix of contradictions because he's, in a way, he's like a kind of character, just like like native people uh, who then had to live off the land, like stalk their prey and all that stuff. So they had to have a perspective and a patience and an awareness. But so it's like he's that minus the awareness. Like he has the patience to stalk, the patience to kill, and all that stuff, but zero awareness. Like he's not aware of anything. He's right. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, right? Because he's also anti-intellectual in a way, right? Because it's here is James Earl Jones' character, and he's, I forget what's the villain's name?
Tulsa Doom or something like that.
Yeah, Tulsa Doom. Like Tulsa Doom is all like intellectual and all this stuff, and then it's like Conan isn't. He's kind of like in some ways a simpleton, which is kind of funny, but it's like fierce, and he ends up conquering the intellectual. He like destroys him. Um,
Yeah, but just like his father says in the beginning, as long as you have the steel in your hand, like
yeah, the steel,
you always have something.
steel.
It
There
guides
you
your
go.
path.
Bring the sword back.
So the sword ends up getting broken in the fight, like the legendary sword that they had stolen
Yeah.
from Conan. But
Kron. You got to say it again. You say it really well. Kron.
Crom, I'm gonna pray for you. Like it's really funny to see when he's being crucified and then he sees Supatas coming from there and he's smiling. But then they have to do the like dark magic, so Conan gets kind of resurrected, but then the woman gets the bad karma. Okay, that happens what also in Game of Thrones with the Jason Momoa character that yeah, we are gonna rescue you, but then the baby of him and Daenerys gets killed. So, yeah.
At that moment, that movie became Qui-Gon when they're writing all over his face. I was like, oh, that reminds
Yeah.
me of the cover of Qui-Gon, even though I haven't seen Qui-Gon yet. But yeah, that was funny too. Yeah, the whole.
Yeah, it's also like after that when they do the other face painting and things like that, it kind of calls to Commando because
Yeah.
it fits in. Again,
The
Commando is
Commandos comes after though, right? Commando is
yeah,
later.
so this is kind of like a precursor to it. Yeah, yeah, Commando
That's it.
is A85, I think.
That's it, SGS. Now we need to just watch every Arnold movie and just discuss that. It's much easier.
Jingle all the way and Kindergarten Cop.
I love Kindergarten Cop. It's not a tumor.
And Twins. I really enjoy.
I still haven't never seen Twins. I have not seen Twins. Pop one of these.
And again, then Red Sonja is the one where Arnold plays kind of like Conan type of character, but he's the side character, and the main hero is a woman in that one. So
Oh, is that before or after this one?
after,
Really? And Arnold did a side character.
yeah, Red Sonja, it's really good. So
Okay.
I think it's also on 4K, but maybe better to get like a £5 Blu-ray for it.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the Blu-ray. Yeah,
Same with the Conan sequel as well, The Destroyer.
yeah. The Blu-ray is good enough.
And
I'm
then
not a
Run,
hardcore.
and Running Man, we need to do that one at some point.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen so many Arnold movies. Like I said, I haven't seen Total Recall. I haven't seen Running Man. I haven't seen Twins.
There will be a nice
I
mix.
haven't seen Predator. I haven't seen Predator.
That's Tony's favorite, I think, Predators.
He loves Predator. Okay.
I guess it's because the most homoerotic one, so he loves it. Oh, that's because there's this like nice like handshake. They're like, Dylan, you son of a bitch, and then we see like these two like muscle bound guys like doing. And it zooms after they like
It's so interesting, right? Because it's like to see a different perspective. Yeah. I never thought such things are like attractive.
And in Commando, blow off some steam, Bennett. Like when he kills the villain. Yeah, Commando might be the best one. It's so good.
Yeah, because it's so ridiculous, but so good. I remember watching it, but I was like, this is just, it's just, and of course you're gonna go full battle but sleeveless, right? Because you really want to get hit with bullets, like. But it was a time. It was a time. Yeah. You know, the Sylvester Stallone movies and stuff like that. Cobra and all these like.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't think I want to see that one again. I mean, it was pretty good.
Yeah. No, well, I think yes, we can obviously make these little stops, but the main thing is watch some of them. Otherwise, I'll just end up watching these again instead of watching the great works of cinema.
Well, the next two recommendations will be great stars.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing those.
Yeah, but so is there something more to say about Conan?
No, I don't think so. We talked about it quite a bit actually, more than I thought we would. I was like, what am I going to say about this movie? To be honest.
Yeah, it can be sometimes hard to talk about these more simple films because there's not much to analyze. But but yeah, I'm glad you liked it, and I think we had a interesting critical conversation about it.
Yeah, and I had a barbecue after. Got a keg of beer.
Unfortunately, I only ate mince after it with pasta. I should eat steak only, not mince. Like,
yeah, and you ate pasta. Barbarians don't eat carbs. SGS.
Yeah, and I also had some vegetables, so I shouldn't eat those.
Yeah, you should eat vegetables. No grains, no vegetables.
Too bad I don't have an air fryer yet, but maybe I'll get one sometime.
They didn't eat one. They just started a fire. There you go.
or just
Oh,
ate.
okay. I'll say one part. Remember when he gets the vulture? That's my favorite part. The
Yeah,
vulture is.
that's that's the masculinity. Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh man, it's so funny. Oh man. Oh,
But yeah, maybe we'll get into the Korean action movie now.
yeah. Here we go.
So the
We can
film
show
is
the DVD.
called, yeah, it's called The Bittersweet Life by Kim Ji-woon. So Kim Ji-woon is a director who also made films like this. So I saw The Devil and Tale of Two Sisters. So these are also really good, but Bittersweet Life is my favorite. So. But yeah, I would recommend these ones to people as well. Especially I saw The Devil is a modern classic. So. And
Yeah.
yesterday, this was actually announced as a 4K from Second Sight. So that will be something to pick up for me at least. Like, because I've always wanted this, own this film, but I haven't got the chance yet. But I will probably get the standard edition at least, probably not the expensive one. But anyway,
Yeah.
what did you think of this very interesting action thriller?
Yeah. It's a great film. It's a great film, and I mean the charisma of the lead. I mean, he's like Alan Delon.
Love him.
I mean, yeah. I was just yeah. I mean, it's a great film, and just his central performance. Like I was just amazed, like how someone can act that cool. Because at the end of the day, it's like how awkward we feel like in life and all that stuff, and even on camera. But to go and I'm like the mannerisms, the swag, that stoicism, but then really showing that there are emotions and conflicts. Oh, what a great what a amazing, 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 amazing performance! Like I was just like enthralled by his like the all the acting actually, even all the villains and stuff because they were also funny as well and vulnerable. So I guess as we were discussing in the pre-chat as well, in a way, it's a little bit different world than Conan because it's like this kind of violence, action, and all that kind of stuff. But at the same, but all the men are very fragile in one way or another.
Yeah, he's so cool and handsome. Like, I really love him. He was, I think, in the I Saw the Devil as well. So, yeah. But yeah, I really love his character. Like that scene when they're in the, I think, highway, and then he stops and the criminals are behind him, and then he beats them up and throws the keys over the bridge to the water.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those punks, they're like, roll down your window and all this stuff, and they spit, and they throw the. Yeah, I mean the action is. I mean, we'll get into the story, but like the action is amazing. Like when I was watching it, right, it makes you actually go, ooh, like really like jump out of your seat, which is, I'm not even watching it on the big screen. I'm watching it at home, but that level of like engagement that it creates and the how well the action is like choreographed and all that. Like even that first scene where he comes into that room and like his like his like martial arts and all that stuff, and he's like kicking those guys. He's like, damn, that's just so well done. Or even the escape scene. Oh man, when he has to get away in the fight scene there, I was like, wow. I was like, yeah, you got to give it to like Korean cinema and like what how they've been able to like really like breathe new life into like the action genre, but but also by creating like nuanced characters and stories and like that. I'm like, wow, they're just it's amazing like how they've what they've achieved with these films.
Yeah, it's so brutal in the rain when he's captured again by the mobsters and stuff, and they break his hand and then bury him alive. But then somehow after that he gets the strength and beats all of them up and gets to escape. Yeah.
I just loved all the characters, like even the main boss, and then yeah, the guy who breaks his hand, the one he clearly doesn't get along with and doesn't see eye to eye with his performance. So it's like it's the main guy, but it's everyone else around their performances as well lift the movie because I didn't see a bad performance in that film. I thought amazing performances all around.
Yeah, that is like very dark sense of beauty even in the violent scenes. Like some kind of weird kind of poetic element there that really draws you in emotionally, even though obviously normally you aren't getting emotionally involved with the like action scenes and stuff. But this film manages to do that, and okay, we see the main character many times like asking like, "Why are you people like this? Why are you doing this to me?" Like, yeah.
Yeah,
So he
yeah,
shows that vulnerability along with the coolness and the swag.
yeah, and that's where the more philosophical aspects of the film are there too, which is excuse me, that makes you really wonder how they kind of wove that all in together because yeah, there is that whole question, right? The the bizarreness of life. We're constantly wanting to know why exactly. You know, the whole even the boss's central struggle is he doesn't care that he let that girl go, but he must know why. And then, you know, and what is the significance of that? Why? Why does it bother you so much? But then it also for the character to not want to reveal. So there's that question of why you don't want to reveal and the whole film is just going around being like why like why is this happening, why is that happening, and they always say that, right? Like their points, it's like, do you know why this is happening to you, kind of thing. um so that part is really
Yeah, it shows that bad things don't necessarily happen for a reason, but they just happen, and the world can be a dark and violent place even without much of a reason. It's just how people are, and many chain of events again. No matter what you do, no matter how much you try to understand them, they just happen and keep happening.
yeah, and I really like the book ending of the master student stories at the beginning and the end. The one is like, is the tree moving, or is the wind making the tree move? It's like, no, it's like, what is it, your heart and your lungs or something like that, or something like that. Like they're making the move. So it's your perception is there's movement, but it's neither. You know, that really kind of Zen philosophy type uh, story there. And then the one at the end too, I really like too. The one about like, you wake up from that dream and then it was sad dream, and why was it a sad dream? Because I know it was a dream that can never come true in real life. Um, Stuff. So it adds that philosoph just like with Conan, the intro and stuff, it adds that philosophical air to everything that's going on. So it adds a layer, which enhances what you're experiencing.
And there's this kind of contrast between the evil and the violent things and and then love. Okay, the old guy is in love with this younger woman, then our main character gets connected to her, and all the bad things happen because of that human connection to that woman. Yeah. So it kind of shows how bad things kind of grow from good things, and kind of love and hate are very close to each other. Like it's the kind of cliche thing that, oh, you love that person, so you hate them, or the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Did you
I
feel
think,
the film was like? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna mention the ending, which is just when he's again about to die, and then we get back to that string quartet piece, which is just utterly beautiful. Like I love that piece. It's just really almost made me cry. It was just so beautiful, the music and everything. So it kind of mixes, just like I said earlier, the beauty and darkness so well.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Sometimes I see certain movies, and obviously, like we haven't like met in person and stuff like that, and like and all this stuff. It's just been like through our interactions and all that. But sometimes I watch a movie and I can see you in a, I can see you in the movie, like your personhood in a sense, like and certain sensibilities, and it's like kind of like woven in. So like when I was watching that, I could kind of see it in Three Iron. I could see it. You know what I mean? Like there's something about like the main lead or you know things that they kind of stand for or some of the struggles they have and all that stuff that you can almost see like oh yeah I can see why SJS like really can why this would kind of connect to him or where he might see himself in the film so it's like in all like so like a really interesting perspective to get.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
think
feel
that's
that
kind of,
way?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
do you see yourself sometimes in these films?
yeah, I do often. Yeah,
Yeah,
and sometimes I also see other people in movies as well, like again in The Sopranos. We always talk about The Sopranos, but Livia, like I see my mother and grandmother in Livia so strongly.
of
Like
course.
even up to that point that my grandmother also says often that I wish the Lord would take me now and things like that. So,
Oh yeah, I have had lots of that in my family too, so I definitely saw. I always saw my family in The Sopranos.
yeah. And like we
Uh,
talked about earlier, silent voice. Obviously, I see myself in many of the characters. So yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you feel this film is a kind of a homage to La Samurai because it's kind of like it has the its kind of basis is like La Samurai. This guy, he's very he's really good at his job. He's doing his job well and all that stuff, and then he's asked to go complete this one thing, and a moment of humanity and a choice he makes then uh, basically sets him on this collision course now, where he's going to basically be in confrontation with the same world that he was very much a part of.
yeah, they are very similar, again, both stylistically and the plot and the fatalism of it all. Like Ronin also says about this film always that
Yeah.
you know it's gonna end badly, but you are gonna do it anyway. Like it has that kind
Oh
of
yeah, they
vibe.
tell you right as soon as it's like the first scene where he's like, if you make a mistake. I mean, that's what's like. I was thinking too. What's exciting about these movies is you don't know. You already know what's going to happen, right? Because they say be careful because one mistake can blah blah. So now you're looking out for what is going to be his one mistake. What is the one thing that he is definitely going to do? Um, that's going to basically now set everything off. Um, but you get never tired of stories like that. And so it's like mirroring La Samurai, but it's very much its own film. But I think it's homaging La Samurai, and especially with the main character, like he is like Alan Dillon, like he has that same presence and that sophistication and all that. But then he's to see him as like a kind of a cold killer and all that stuff. There's something very attractive about that, right? Where to see someone who is very conventionally like attractive and all that stuff, then living this kind of lone wolf way. Um, it's they're always like pleasing, like fun stories. Um,
Yeah, but I wonder again. We talked about how we know that it's gonna end badly, but he kind of has to make a choice in the end when the mob boss is next to him and he has the gun and but then the mob boss says that do you really want to take it this far and things like that. So he kind of feel like he maybe he would like want to make peace the mob boss and they could both live their lives after that. But then again, our main character ends up shooting him and killing him. But maybe what if he made another choice and if he didn't shoot him, what would have happened then? I guess the mobsters would have still killed him probably, but who knows? Maybe they would have
What?
all lived happily ever after.
Well, like at that point, I thought the reason he did it is what gets elaborated even in that master-student story. There, he finally found something out of his dreams in life, or at least he figured as much in that girl, that love. And he's like, well, if I can't really have that, I mean, what do I really have? So, F it. Right? Like it's you're right. So he's kind of resigning himself to his fate. But life is more complicated than that fate in some ways. So you have that two positions, which are very interesting. And I think that's what makes it so powerful. And it doesn't really matter. Like some films are like not really the events of the film or even how he ends or the choice he makes, but it's the journey. And I think this is a perfect example of like great films that are really about the journey. So they tell you from the very beginning, they're just going to make a fatal mistake. There's no, you know what this movie's going to be about, but still going on that journey is what brings about all these emotions. And it's one of those films that really is like life is this strange journey. It's like it's funny to be watching it like this action flick in a sense and to have a question like, wow, it's so strange to be a human being. Like both when I was watching Conan and this film, I was like, at the same thought, I was like, yeah, it's so strange to be a human being, right? With all these desires, with all these conflicts, then with all these things with society, then being aware of all these things, but then in some ways seeking very simplistic things that you can't have to want things that exceed your grasp, right? To indulge yourself with, yeah, like these things of beauty, and it's like it's the strangeness of life. So it's like perfectly titled, a bittersweet life. Like life is so strange. um
And
yeah.
I think it asks these interesting questions about again freedom and free will.
Yes.
Because again we see that even with the young woman and her boyfriend, and when our main character goes there and yeah, you cannot be together or you get killed. So we see all these external factors that affect these people's ability to be free. And of course, the main character, talks with the mob boss that I've been your dog for years. But then when he kills him, yeah, he at the same time kind of kills himself in a way. But at the same time, he's also finally found freedom and he's liberating himself because he gets out of that control, even though he's gonna die. But
Yeah.
in the way, we see that at the same time that it's a very deterministic world in a way that again you have this fate and even you feel like you are making that choice, but it's all gonna end badly whether you kill him or not. So
Yeah, it's definitely has a lot of fatalism in the film, because think about the boss too. Even right away, you're looking at the boss and you're like, okay, so you're dating this attractive young girl, and then the guy who works for you is an attractive young man, and you're gonna send him to go watch over her. And what do you think is going to happen? So, in a way, the boss himself was very fatalistic. In a way, he constantly had this anxiety and fear that there's no way I can hold on to this girl, right? So it's like, again, he's also suffering from the same thing. He has this dream, but he knows it's just not possible. I can't hold on to this girl, uh, and she doesn't exactly want me in the way I want her to want me. And then it's almost like he's also setting in motion this all this drama in his life, because he can't deal with the particular truth of his life either. So the boss himself is very fatalistic, because I'm like, that's not what I would do, right? I wouldn't basically send like a guy that's good looking who's like working for me to go watch out for this young woman I'm dating that I'm already suspecting is probably cheating on me. It's probably like, that's not only going to end in disaster. But yet, as human beings, we do set such things in motion. It's like we're looking for some disaster in our life, right? So, very interesting film, actually.
Yeah, what I also like about this film is that there isn't like very like black and white type of characters. That even in these bad guys, we see
Yes.
humanity in them, and they
Yeah.
aren't
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
total monsters. Although there are some of them are a bit of that kind of archetypal like sadistic caricatures when they are laughing. Oh, I'm gonna torture you, haha. Like there's a bit of that caricature in there. But even the mob boss, for example, he's more of a gray character. We see that he has the ability to feel also positive emotions, and he's not like the biggest psychopath out there, even though obviously these are horrible people, but it's not like so black and white and boring as it could be in a film like this.
And that actually makes the world a little more scary, doesn't it? Just like in Sopranos and stuff. When you see humanity in so-called bad guys, and I guess it's the same thing in A Silent Voice too. When you see humanity within the bad actor, that's scary. That's a scarier world than that's bad and that's good. Because then you have greater questions of what it means.
And even our like main character, obviously he isn't like a hero necessarily, and obviously he's working for criminals and stuff, but then he kind of, due to this action that he didn't call the boss, he kind of accidentally becomes kind of like our hero, but obviously he's not like that amazing person or anything. Like he's a violent, pretty awful guy as well. So
Yeah, and I think in a way, indirectly, that's what the boss is getting at, right? Why did you do it? Was it because you are this reasonable person and you had this moment of humanity, or this just reasonableness, rationality, or was it some other reason? Because you just fell in love with the girl, right? And it's like, of course, these are characters doing it in real life. I don't know real life what that would even look like, whether a person would be so concerned, but it adds to the layers of the film and what makes the film even more interesting. It's because of that reason. Because you're like in Conan, right? He's not trying to save the people from this cult, but he's like, I want revenge. And in this sense, he's like, I'm in love with the girl, so I just don't want her to die. And yet he's saying, oh well, I was just being reasonable. It's no big deal. Like she's not going to see the guy again and all that kind of stuff. So what's the harm? And the other guy's like, tell me your real reason. And of course, he doesn't want to reveal the real reason. And then you go through all these things because you don't want to reveal the real reason. So all these things, these topics that you constantly bring up yourself about repression and like not being honest about the feelings and the internal and external world, all that plays in this story that's really like an action thriller, very gory at times with like amazing action sequences. But it has all this heart because it's like discussing these fragile little things that we all have, especially in like men as well, because you're raised to be this stoic, cool character like Jeff Costello or this character here, and just do your job, be a good soldier, you will progress in the world, your boss likes you, and all this kind of stuff. And then it's like, then your conscience opens up, or your true feelings come out, and then it's a disaster.
yeah, we can see that the main character has like this rigid sets of values, and he kind of has this idea of respect, I guess, that only he kind of follows, but the other people don't. Look at the main character is fine with violence and being criminal, but then why did you do this to me? Like there should be some type of rule
Yeah,
and
yeah,
values there, but he is the only one
yeah.
who seems to care about it. It's kind of like in The Sopranos. I'm old school, Janice. I'm old school. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And even Tony, he'd always be like, "Why is this happening to me?" Like, "Oh, why? Why me?" Like, he has these moments where he's questioning, "Oh, and then I got this problem," and it's like, "Yeah, well, you just chopped someone's like hand off or something, but now you're worried about this one problem you have about this in your house or your kid." So the whole picture, but that makes it much more rich as an exploration. Uh, but also, the film technically is, I mean, you'll probably talk about like mood and stuff, but one thing that really impressed me is how much silence there is in the beginning and how through silence there's all this tension just by hearing the diagenic sound, just the footsteps, just the this. There's this constant feeling of tension, of like there's something boiling under the surface and it's going to blow up soon. And then later on, the music starts playing a part, but like really good music score as well.
Yeah, there's just so many of these standout kind of details, and like I said, the string quartet thing is so beautiful. Like, and then there like the moment when he's about to die, and he's
Yeah.
again trying to call with his phone, but then the phone drops to the floor and everything. Like those kind of small things are just so powerful. The one
Yeah.
thing
You,
that in the
what?
end that I kind of ruins the mood a bit, like the final shot is when he's in the window and doing like this, like practicing his martial arts. Like after that, like powerful emotional climax, but then it ends in that goofy way when he's just looking at himself in the window and boxing. Like it kind of ruins the mood in a way, at least to me.
Yeah. What do you think the significance? I was curious to ask you actually what you would thought about the significance of that final sequence of where he's doing the kind of shadow boxing into the. It is.
Yeah,
It's what is that?
yeah, I don't know actually, because to me it's just so ridiculous. Like, what was the point of having it there?
So that's what made the film ambiguous for me because it ends with a quote and it says, "Oh, because it's a dream." It was a sad dream because like I saw a dream and I knew that could never happen in real life, and then it's in boxing, so it added the kind of element of what was real and what we saw and what was not, or his naivete before, like if he could have just accepted that this is not going to happen in life, he wouldn't have gone. I don't know. It actually, you're right. I kind of was like, okay, him lying there, that's it, that's the end. And then they add this sequence. It reminds me of these things that even like when you watch like Taste of Cherry, and then it ends, and then it's like showing the making of at the end, and you're like, what is this? Like it changes the mood, and I was like, and then it just left me with a question where I was like, I wonder what SJS was gonna like. I'm curious because I can't make anything of this. Why do this at the end? What are you? And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. We now almost like questioning everything we just saw all over again. In a way, it is kind of goofy. That's the whole point. And I'm like, well, someone of this caliber makes this kind of film. He's putting something goofy at the end. They know they're doing something goofy, so why are they deciding to do something goofy at the end?
Yeah, it's I don't know. It kind of
I
just
don't know.
ruins it for me. But again, always this movie has some other goofy scenes as well, like the
Oh
arms
yeah.
dealers, like
Oh
the
yeah.
one money, like
That with the
one of the
Russian. Oh my
Russian.
god, that's really funny. That whole sequence. He's like, come on, let's do it. When they're eating the fried chicken or whatever, or eating the chicken.
And this
Really great,
director,
great.
this director actually directed an Arnold movie as well, The Last Stand.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's
that's a
this
decent movie.
director. Yeah,
Did you watch The Last Stand?
yeah, a long time ago. So
It's good. It's like way over the top, but it's good. Yeah. Um, yeah, but really good food. Like great shots of food in the film too. The restaurants, all that nice Korean food. I love Korean food, so definitely makes you hungry.
Yeah, I always hear from people that Korean barbecue is like the best food ever, but I've never had it. So
Oh, it's Korean food is really good. It's really good.
yeah,
So whenever see all that Korean food's like presented nicely, they're all just eating. So I'm like, that's definitely I wouldn't be eating that with such restraint if I was him. But no wonder that guy has his figure and I have mine.
yeah. Maybe eventually I will eat that stuff in a Samoyed cafe or a cat cafe or something
Yeah,
in
you will.
Seoul.
You surely will. You surely will. Um, yeah, the other thing I also liked is that he's not the all-conquering hero. Like he's not the smartest in every situation. Because even at the end where he's on the ice ring and he's like, "All right, I'm basically gonna kill that dude," still manages to get him. Like gets that knife and which is totally unexpected, right? Because you were just like you just think, "All right, he's," but so it's like he's constantly vulnerable. Like he doesn't get the upper hand. Like really, it's kind of an equal violence from both ends. So they're not seen as like everyone else is dumb. They're just as vicious. So and they managed to get him as well. So I liked that part of it.
Yeah, he's a very impulsive character. He doesn't really think things through. So, but it's nice
Yeah.
when he like again manages to escape after he has been buried alive, and he takes the
Oh,
battery from the phone and then smashes it into his head.
oh.
And it's such a badass scene, like such a well shot. Even though it has that like really quick editing that I sometimes dislike, but that in that scene it really works.
Yeah, and with the car, the whole car sequence and everything. Yeah, yeah. Really great. Really, like really great. Really great. And it does well to show people like people aren't that rational because most action movies, in a way, it's undoing a lot of action movies, everyone's acting quite smartly.
Yeah,
And it's like here, it's like people are doing stupid things. Right? They're not paying attention, they're taking things for granted, and all this kind of stuff. So it's showing all the irrationality that we all have. Which makes it, yeah, like you said, a very human film.
and
Um,
of course there are some humorous moments
oh
even in
yeah.
that scenes in the end, like when he gets to escape with the car. It cuts to like the other criminals that are a bit far away from the warehouse or whatever, and I think they're burning something, and then they're just like,
Yeah.
"Oh shit, that happened! Like now we are in
they're, they're
trouble." And
Yeah, they're digging the new grave for him. Remember, he's like, "Oh, it
yeah,
wasn't deep enough." They're out there right now digging the grave. And those guys are digging the grave. They're like, "Oh, he escaped." Like, stop digging. He's like, "Stop digging." That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. It's got great humor.
and also when he rises up from the grave, and at first he's kind of very calm and doesn't know what is happening, but then he sees that the guy he hates is just sitting there and
Yeah.
looking at him when he rises up. I guess the grave wasn't deep enough, he says. Yeah,
Yeah, and remember when he calls him over and he's like, "Who's that? Who's that?" When he comes to get him, the guy he doesn't like, and he's like, "Who's that?" It's just all that irrationality. Like, why walk to it? Why don't you just run? If someone's calling you over and you have a known enemy that's out there in the wind, you probably shouldn't just walk over. But I like that because those aren't the stupid things actually people do. Um, because and not to just diminish people, but yeah, people's reactions can be opposite. So um, like this example, there was when I was working in Kabul, there was actually an attack right in the compound right next to us. So this explosion went off. Right, it's like my windows blew open and all this stuff and all that. Um, we were taken to a safe place and everything like that. Then I was talking to my friend, and he's like, "Oh, when I heard the explosion, I jumped up on my bed to look out to see what's going on," which is like not what you should do. You are supposed to get under the bed and all this stuff. You don't jump up, but people do that. It's like this kind of situation. Like you can't control. You can have opposite reactions. So when the guy's like calling him over, and he's like, "Who's that? Who's that?" And it's like I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, At least that's what we think, but we probably would do something like that. So I love how they wove in this irrationality of people because they don't react, even with, you have to be trained to react properly. You don't always react how you're supposed to.
Well, I think the main character has a bit of like inconsistent martial arts skills. Like before he gets buried alive when he's captured by only like 3 of the criminals. And then he just doesn't really resist at all. But then after he's buried alive, he's like beating up like 15 guys himself. So
Oh,
it's
I don't
kind of
know.
weird how he got captured that way. So yeah.
Well, this is the thing. I don't know. People also can find like extra strength when they're up against death. So maybe his survival instinct got higher.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to rationalize why they did it that way. I mean, there's always going to be all these inconsistencies, but it's like that's what you want to see, right?
Yeah, but he was a badass even before that, though. We see him beat up many different people. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
But
in
I mean, it's
hockey,
not like
right?
yeah.
You know, sometimes the team you're like, this is a great team. Why are they playing like this?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I know what you mean, though. I'm not actually taking away from what you're saying. I agree with you. Of course, there are those inconsistencies, but that's what makes these kinds of films great. If they, for me, it's very hard to suspend disbelief. But when films are like, take me on such a ride that I'm like, I don't care. This is just too
Mm.
great. It's too much fun. I appreciate that. I'm like, okay.
And this was such great fun for me to rewatch because I basically only remembered the burying alive scene and then the end like climax firefighting, like with the guns and stuff. Like, but
Oh yeah.
other than that, I had like forgotten pretty much everything.
And you
It was
mentioned that
almost
where he
like watching
stabs
it.
him with the stake that's on fire. That was amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned that already, though. I think.
No, I didn't mention that. I mentioned the like foam battery and yeah,
Oh yeah, the
but,
phone
but
battery.
not
Yeah, yeah,
the fire thing. Yeah,
that was awesome too. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, one thing I have to say is, yeah, what you said, like the 4K or even a Blu-ray, like it's very welcome because yeah, this I was surprised that this DVD, wasn't that. Yeah, it's good. Like there's nothing wrong with it, but I was like, I wish it was a little bit better. I found that 3 Iron was a better quality than this one, so definitely it'd be nice to see this film in a higher quality. Um, it'll enhance the film for sure.
it will probably be pretty popular title as again people have been
Yeah.
wanting this for a long time.
Yeah, I think that limited edition box set, I mean, that's going to sell out very quickly, but I think it's probably going to be like 60 pounds or something. To be honest, it's going to be like very expensive. I'll look at it, but yeah, it's going to be very expensive. But the good news is that when they do the regular edition, uh, then you can probably get it for like 20 pound, which is still not cheap. But the
At
prices are
least,
going crazy with the limited editions now. Like they're just getting more and more expensive, right? Because Once Upon a Time in the West just came up is coming out in 4K, so that
yeah.
limited edition is already sold out, but it was priced at like 60 pound. I was like, oh, like it's getting so expensive. These limited editions.
Well, to be honest, I kind of wish that everybody was like Criterion that when they release something, you know that it's gonna be in print for years. Like I
Yes,
hate this kind of fear of missing out stuff. It's awful, like especially with small budget when you just can't get these, like when they sell out immediately. Like yeah,
I mean I agree with you. That's the one thing I do like. It's like you don't you don't feel rushed, right? You don't, even though some you're kind of rushed just naturally. Like
yeah,
you can't help when they start showing like work Meister harmonies in the Criterion closet. You get like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god,
yeah.
gotta get it right away. But yeah, uh, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't really like it either in this. Oh,
Yeah.
limited edition and then standard edition. Okay, I removed the booklet and I just put it in a different case and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, why?
Yeah, yeah. You actually watched one film this week that I was gonna recommend for you for the next Criterion sale. It's the Carlos Reicara's film Chapon.
Oh my God. I
Yeah,
was
I was
thinking
gonna
about you in that
recommend that,
film.
but yeah,
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
thank you very much. Yeah, I picked that up a while back. I still had just had a chance. But what? Okay, yeah. I'm not going to get into that film, but I would love to discuss that film with you because that film's insane.
I mean, the director made this film called Silent Light. If you can get that on Blu-ray, we could discuss that. Like it's great, show cinema stuff. So,
Okay, I'll look for it because I really enjoyed Yapon.
I think
Um,
there's only like regular Blu-rays of the Silent Light, but and DVDs. But hopefully, you can find it cheap somewhere.
yeah, yeah, definitely, Yapon. I have that. Yeah, I have so many films that I haven't watched yet, but that's the point. And then when I'm sitting around, I'm like, okay, I can just pick them off the shelf. I like that.
And then you watch the revat Joan of Arc films
Oh,
that even I haven't watched yet. So even I
oh,
was impressed because I haven't watched.
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, because like I said, I was sick this week. Um, and anyways, my plan was just because I have staycation for this part of it, so I was just like, I'm just gonna obviously catch up on my movies anyways. And I was like, what a perfect time to just watch a 6 hour plus movie, right? So that's a great, yeah. That I mean, I thought that I actually would love to like discuss that because it's such an interesting biography in the perspective, and it actually has a lot of things that either parallel or reflect the nun or like are the opposite side of the coin in terms of the nun. So it actually connected with the nun. So I really appreciate that we discussed that and watched that already. So I'm starting to understand that kind of Rivette a lot more. I still haven't seen the new wave Rivette to understand that kind of Rivette work, but this kind of historical work and all this stuff. Um, yeah,
Have you seen any of the other Joan of Arc films like The Trier, Passion of Joan of Arc?
no, but I would now wanted to watch that as well because after watching this, I was like really interested um, because of what this character and especially this Rivette work because it's like it creates questions as you question this person and this phenomenon and this time and all that. So yeah, I really want to see that. I know it's one of the greatest films of all time. So
Yeah, this is the Masters of Cinema.
yeah, you lucky. You got the slip too.
Yeah. And then there's the press on one as well, available on BFI. So Trial of
Yeah,
Joan of Arc is that one.
yeah. I think I'm gonna. I need to watch all of those. So maybe I'll get. Is the Eureka still in print? I might get the. I was thinking. I know it's on the Criterion channel to watch still. Maybe, but I'm also thinking of maybe also picking it up in the next like Criterion Hall, the dryer version.
Do
But
you
I
have
want
the
to watch it as
BFI?
well.
Do you have the BFI Trier set?
Yeah, I do have that. Yeah,
Yeah, because there are a couple of films that we might talk about on the podcast.
yeah.
I mean, or that is the one that's kind of the masterpiece of the set. So.
Yeah, I do have that one. Yeah, I picked it up when they had the BFI sale um, last year as well. So I got it at a really good price. That in the Herzog set.
Yeah, I got both the Herzog and Trier from a FOB sale like years ago. Like they were like 50% off in FOB Covent Garden. So.
Yeah, you gotta love those sales. Even BFI just had one, and then I had to resist because they were like basically like three for £25, and they had all the Cassavetes films in there and all that stuff in that, and I had to resist. But I did pick up like three films in that, and one of them I was like, oh, okay, it'll be interesting to watch. But I think SJS, if he's seen it, or I don't know if he's seen it or not, but Peter Greenway's film, Belly of an Architect, I picked that one up.
Yeah, I love Peter Greenaway, and I have
Yeah,
seen that. So.
because that whole story, I was like, okay, that's such an SJS, like, and like even myself, I love those kinds of stories. So yeah, looking forward to seeing that.
And I think you emailed me like a month ago that from the BFI shop you bought Weekend that I always talk about.
Yeah, I did have Weekend. Yeah, they had the sale because when they had the kind of the queer film festival,
Yeah.
they had some of the films on like really good price in the BFI shop. So I picked that up.
And again,
And
from
you were
the same.
mentioning All of Us Strangers too, right?
Yeah, I
Because
was
that's
just
coming
gonna
out.
say that. Yeah, it's gonna come out on Blu-ray soon. I think in Finland it's gonna come out on July. So
Yeah, lots of great films coming out.
yeah, so those two will be for the podcast at some point too. So.
Yeah, look forward to it.
But anyway, maybe we wrap up Bittersweet Life. So yeah, so another great movie, and again our second Korean movie of the podcast, and there will be many more. So.
Yeah, I love Korean films, so I'm never gonna.
And like I said, like if you can ever get your hands to these, like these could be ones to talk about. I mean, Tale of Two Sisters, since this release has gotten actually an Arrow release, and I Saw the Devil, this one probably can get for like £5 on Amazon and stuff.
Yeah. That like HMV. I was looking at that because HMV has it like I think it's like £8 or something like that, and they might still have the Tale of Two Sisters, the regular one versus the Arrow. But I'll look into both of those because after seeing that, I'm definitely interested. Yeah.
But this one, if you have to like choose one or the other, I mean, this one is better. So I Saw the Devil. There we have our main character from Bittersweet Life.
What a great actor. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really brutal film, but very popular as well.
And one thing I did mention in Conan was that it has an amazing score.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It has such a rousing score. It has an incredible background score. Like you could just listen to that alone while working out and get really like worked up.
Yeah. And again, randomly, I actually just have this sleep cover here, but I would love to talk about this film, The Lobster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you choose it, I picked it up when you mentioned it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Because this is one to talk about. So I think you have the same release then as me. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they have it like it's like £6, I think.
Yeah, I think you really love this one. So
yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, anytime. If you want lobster, it's whenever it's when you're ready to recommend it. So sometimes it's hard for me because there are all these films and I know you're looking to discuss them. So some of them I'm like, well, I can't watch it now. So then I have to find something else to. Because there are all these ones on reserve now and the list is huge.
Yeah.
So how do we?
But maybe we should get into the new recommendations now. So.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, but Bittersweet Life again. Both of us really enjoyed it. Great time, and I think I'm gonna watch it quite often in the future.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, more Kim Ji-woon to come later on, probably on the podcast. Maybe I Saw the Devil. It would be great to talk about. I need to rewatch it anyways.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm gonna recommend the one that I haven't spoiled to you yet, because obviously I spoiled to you the director of one of the films, but this one I actually came up with when I saw your Kino Hall on email, because I've really been looking forward to rewatching this anyway, but it's Tarkovsky's Nostalgia.
Yes. I wish I had it so I could show the 4K.
Yeah, so finally we will talk about Tarkovsky, which will be very challenging. This has pretty dense narrative as well, so we'll see.
And we're not supposed to analyze his films. We're only supposed to experience them.
But we will, of course, analyze them.
So he's going to be very upset with us. He's going to turn in his grave. He's going to be upset with us.
And okay, later on the podcast, we will do these two, Stalker and Mirrors. Yeah. Okay, Stalker is my favorite one, but the reason why I'm starting with Nostalgia is because I've only seen this once and never rewatched it, and I've been dying to watch this again. Like being in a Tarkovsky mood the whole year, basically. So,
yeah, it's time. It's time to recover the soul.
I think again, based on your experience, you're probably gonna love all of those three films. So, yeah. Again, they will all come this year, so I mean, Stalker might be during some of the summer months now, as
All right.
well, but we'll see. It's hard to say. But then the other film is actually from a director whose main filmmaker inspiration was Tarkovsky, so it's the Turkish goat, Nuri Bilge Ceylan. Always struggling with how to pronounce that name, especially the middle one, Bilge, or however you
Oh
pronounce
yeah,
it.
I don't know how to pronounce it either. I think I pronounced it wrong by saying
Yeah.
bilge. That's wrong.
But it's actually funny because you mentioned this film in your latest video where you said that the Vulgarian troglodyte has
Oh yeah,
spoken
yeah.
highly of this film, so it's Utsak or Usak.
Okay, it was yeah,
I
great.
think the English title is Distant in Letterboxd. So actually,
I mean, yeah, wow.
I think you could maybe relate to this film, like when you asked in the beginning that what will make you uncomfortable. Maybe this like has lots of that alienation and things like that that both of us can relate to. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's very exciting. Yeah.
And actually,
So this
funnily
is
enough, there are a couple of characters in this film who are watching Tarkovsky's Stalker. So it really makes like sense to talk about Tarkovsky and Ceylan in the same video.
yeah, very soulful, like really, yeah, deep combo now. Yeah, this is gonna be this is gonna be great, and it's gonna like juxtapose with all the hockey excitement. It's like
And
sports, and then this like soul searching.
I've actually watched several Ceylan films this year. Like I watched The Wild Bear Tree, which is the second to latest one, which was like really amazing.
Okay.
And then I watched a couple of his earlier ones, Three Monkeys, and now I can remember what the one of Climates, I think, is one of them. So yeah, those two.
Yeah,
But the
I was
big one
thinking
that
of
I haven't seen yet is Winter Sleep, which even won like I think the Cannes Award, Palme d'Or, and everything.
yeah, I definitely want. I did right away want to watch more of his films. That's it. Winter Sleep.
But this is an early one also because his late films are like 3 hours long always, but this is like 2 hours. So
Yeah.
and Nostalgia for Tarkovsky standards isn't that long either. I think it's like 2 hours 10 minutes or something. Yeah, 125 minutes.
Yeah.
And this is his first film. I mean, Stalker was shot outside of Russia as well, but yeah, this is in Italy, I think. So.
Okay. I'm really excited. I'm glad because the 4K kind of came out after the sale, so I was lucky that Boutique Home Video they didn't ship from the US the order till later, so there was time to add nostalgia in there when it released after. Yeah,
And
which is
this
amazing. Like I was like excited to see that they decided to do a 4K of a Tarkovsky film because that's really positive. But that also means that some of these maybe we might get 4Ks. I don't know, like Stalker and stuff. You think?
yeah, well, I mean, sure, I'm sure that they will at some point. And sometimes they actually are on 4K on YouTube because many of
Yeah,
the
yeah. On the
Russian
Russian
studios actually
films, yeah,
upload them.
Moscow films, or what is it? Moscow films, or what is it?
Most films.
Most films, yeah.
Yeah, they also
So,
funded the Kurosawa's Der Susa.
oh yeah, now that should be in 4K.
But this is good stuff to wash away the mainstream stuff like Conan the Barbarian. So
Yeah.
again, this is the stuff that we started the podcast for.
Yeah.
Although again, I will probably recommend to you Action Man at some point too. So again,
But
that I thought.
even when you go for a gourmet meal, sometimes they give you a little ice cream as a palate cleanser. So
Yeah.
you can take your little bit of Conan's in Paris from whatever Love from Paris or from Paris with Love, and then as a palate cleanser, and then you just get right back.
And just like Tony and one of his favorite intellectuals, Susan Sontag, says that again, the intellectual needs to appreciate the pulp as well. The
Yeah,
trash
you
sometimes, but
do.
you just need
You
to
do.
choose the right trash.
Yeah, you do. You do, or even at minimum, what we were discussing, you have to look at it in terms of what was going on or what was going on at the time, and at least try to think about the reason for its existence, like why people might. So you're absolutely right in that, like, you can't overindulge in it, um, right? Otherwise, that's all you'll do. Because, and I'm just saying that from my previous
Yeah.
experiences as well, because it's when it's entertaining and it's fun and it's like it's so too easy. But then you start feeling the void after a while. You're like, okay, I'm missing something.
It's
Your
gonna
head
be
isn't, like I said, yeah.
it's gonna be interesting to see your star ratings for the 3 films that we talked about today. As you said, how hard it is to put the star ratings.
I find it very hard to rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I find it very hard to rate. I'm at the point where I'm like, what does it really mean? To discuss them is enough. But then what if someone, like, how would someone know as well? So I also think about people, like you're looking at people. So someone might say, oh, someone logged this and then all that. Like a lot of times I'm getting my recommendations because you logged something or Tony logged something or I want to add it, then I add it to my watch list or whatever. But so yeah, I'm still having trouble with this ratings thing. And then sometimes I think about in comparison. So I'm like, you're saying this is 4.5, but that's 4. Like, how does that really work? So I feel uncomfortable with some of those.
And it just gets harder the more movies you rate, at least for me. Like these days, it's way harder than it used to be.
Yeah, it just seems very difficult. I don't know.
Well, it's such a Vulgarian thing anyway to rate films. You should just
Yes.
appreciate them. But, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You should actually just appreciate them and you should discuss them.
But again, like I said, I love numbers and statistics for something, so I'm just so used to these ratings and things. But anyway, maybe we should
My
move on.
anxiety is going up now. I'm seeing the X's, SJS. I'm seeing the X's everywhere now. I'm like, oh, I'm going to rate this film. I'm going to disappoint people. I'm going to upset people.
But maybe we should talk about some gangster rap now.
Yeah, let's talk about Freddie Gibbs.
Yeah, Freddie Gibbs and the great Madlib with their 2014 album Piñata. Again, it's kind of gangster rap. It sounds both old school, but in a way modern as well. Lots of features from Danny Brown to Raekwon to Earl Sweatshirt, for example. So nice mix. Some of these kind of abstract heroes of people like again Earl and Danny Brown, people who love experimental hip hop, love those two, and Raekwon obviously is one of the big giants of the Wu-Tang Clan. So yeah, but what did you think about this one? Yeah,
I mean, it's an absolute smash. Like, well, I can't believe I didn't even know about this album. I didn't even learn about Freddie Gibbs till more recently. I didn't know who he was and all that. And just a little kind of side story. So, like, I studied in Indiana, uh, and I was in Indianapolis. But of course, everyone knew of this place, Gary, Indiana. Is probably one of the roughest places in the U.S. Most people don't know. It used to be a big industrial place, so it was like that. A lot of blue collar people working on all this stuff, and then all those factories closed up. So it's a pretty brutal place. The fact that he's from Gary, Indiana, I was like, whoa, like he's from some like a pretty rough place. So that made me intrigued because they're, you don't hear about many rappers from Indiana and stuff like that. Clearly, there are some Midwest rappers, but not as many. But it's an absolute smash of an album, and there's so much I want to talk about on this album because it's like he is definitely shouting out so many things and homaging certain things, and like which will be fun to kind of just like kind of talk about and geek out about. And the production from Madlib is just yeah, it's just fire.
yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's fire.
He's known for a reason. So yeah. Again, the Mad Villain with MF Doom is such a classic as well. And Freddie gives a Madlib sequel to this Bandana from 2019 was killer as well.
I need to listen to that. Yeah, I've been bumping this since you recommended it. Every time I listen to it, I love it. I love the intro. The intro gives you that Scarface type vibes. You're in this kind of, you know, people dealing coke type world. You know, you're in the drug world. You're in the ports of Miami. That real funky kind of intro, and then the first track is like straight up like it reminded me of NWA. Had that very old school like hard boom bap like hip hop like rap. So he's setting the tone. I love how they just set the tone for what you're about to get into. And Gibbs like reminds me of like definitely reminds me of Tupac, right? He has that you can see where what his influences are and his sound. Um, so like definitely the NWA sound, the Tupac there. So it reminds me a lot of like All Eyes on Me, but then some of the production also reminds me of Wu-Tang. So I like that. Like I like that it's its own thing, but it's like bringing all these things together. Um,
And there are a couple of beats that also remind me of Outcast, like those
oh
really
yeah,
bouncy beats, like the do like that. Like it's not too
yeah,
hard to do with your mouth. But yeah, those remind me of Outcast because that's one of my favorite things about Outcast. Is those like really bouncy beats that really get you in the mood. Yeah.
yeah. And then it's like I loved when in the song Thuggin' because he's a Midwest rapper obviously, and he shouts out the greatest Midwest rap act, but also one of the best rap acts that people don't talk about much or don't like listen to their music as much, but they don't realize how big they are. Bone Thugs and Harmony. So he says that line: "We aren't against rap, we're just against those rappers." All right, and that's from Thuggish Ruggish Bone, which was Bone Thugs and Harmony's like first song that really blew up, where it's like, oh, we aren't against rap, we aren't against rappers, but we are against those thugs. And like, so it made me listen to that song all over again because I was like, yeah, he's shouting out Bone Thugs and Harmony. So he does so many of these shout outs. Like he does a shout out line to like Tupac. He does like a shout out line like so many artists. And I really like that. Like that he's one of those like where he understands the kind of tradition he's part of. So I like that. That's like real hip hop stuff. That album.
And the features work really well as well. Like,
Oh, the
and
features
I
are
love the
amazing.
first half of the album a lot. So I love the Danny Brown verse in the high
Ooh,
song, like, and also the Raekwon verse in the song Bomb, I think is
ooh,
like yeah.
bomb is fire.
Yeah.
Bomb is fire. Yeah,
But my favorite song of this album has always been Shitsville. Like that song I've listened to so
yeah,
much.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it has such a
yeah,
great
yeah,
beat and great flow.
yeah, yeah. I so many great songs on that.
And yesterday I listened to this album like front to back in the way that I was also looking at the lyrics while I was listening to it. Again, trying
Yeah,
to dissect the lyrics better, but I'm really bad at analyzing lyrics to be honest, like because I don't do it enough. But obviously, it's all about like again, drug dealing. It's about women and stuff. But I think on the surface, you might think that it's all like how amazing everything like that is. But then you look at songs like Broken, for example, you see how it's not not that life isn't that amazing, and there's lots of regret and things that Freddie isn't proud of and stuff. And I think when he was describing this album, he said that, I'm not necessarily talking about my regrets, but I'm talking about things that I'm not proud of. So there are those more vulnerable songs like Broken, for example, where you kind of get the kind of a good culmination of the themes of the album.
yeah, I agree with you. I think like they're um when you listen to it the first time, obviously you're gonna listen to it in a more surface way, like that he's kind of shouting out this lifestyle. But then when you start listening to it, he is actually talking about the dark side of it. He's actually talking about the treachery. It's like it's kind of like this war story where you're like, okay, yeah, I mean, this is who I am or what I've been, but it's also he's talking about really like difficult things, like even in that song, like deeper, like talking about the ways like uh, you know, women like someone like loves someone and like how how they turn on them, they have like a child by someone else and all this. So he's talking about a lot of the woe and the tragedy there, but he's doing it in his bravado. But when you like start breaking down the lyrics and what he's saying, he's talking about the difficulty of that environment. There's a lot of things that's actually discussing vulnerabilities. It just you got to kind of listen to it a little more and like really think about the lyrics. But yeah, so they're actually like really really great lyrics in there. I like that his songs are on theme, like they're not just like randomness, but they're like themes to the songs. So even like, and with each feature, it's like they're on theme. They're like rapping on theme. It's not like one's rapping about this, one's rapping about that. So there's a consistency. So it really makes it a complete piece of work. That's you listen from end to end. It doesn't feel like it's random tracks. There's a connection, but like the features are amazing. The Scarface feature, the Raekwon feature, the Danny Brown feature, and some the Absol feature, and some artists I'm not that familiar with, like Earl the Sweatshirt. I've never listened to any Earl the Sweatshirt, but I mean, I love the song he's on. But like a lot of the artists, I don't know how to recognize, even though their name is in the feature, because I don't know enough of their work to recognize their voice and stuff. Um, but yeah, really, like really, really fantastic album. This one.
And I think in the song Broken, there's also a bit of that social conscious lyrics when I think he's talking about like his father being a police officer and making
Yeah,
20,000 a year. And he says something like that. We are both thugs, again, both the police and he as the drug dealer. So,
yeah.
yeah, so there's a bit of that. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, so hip hop is always been so good at criticizing these social institutions like the
Sorry, my
police.
headphones just went. Just give me 1 second, and I'm just gonna fix my situation. Yeah, you said about the father and being the policeman, and that how he's saying those they're both thugs.
Yeah, and I was also saying that again. That's what hip hop has always been good for, like criticizing social institutions like the police. I think that's the lasting message.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, I could now think of what I was gonna say. Um, yeah, but he has a lot of good lyrics in there. It's interesting that I don't know if it was during the recorded part or after where he had asked me if I like Young Jeezy,
Yeah, it was
and,
after.
and yeah, it's like and then he has a song where he's dissing Young Jeezy on this, the one real.
Yeah,
The second part of that is all like against Young Jeezy. He's like, oh, I used to hang out with Snow and all this kind of stuff because Young Jeezy called himself Snowman, right? So I never knew that they had beef and all this stuff.
yeah. I think they worked together like before this or something for a little bit.
Yeah, he said he was signed to him or was
Yeah,
thinking of signing to him and all this kind of stuff. He says that in the song and all that. So that was really interesting to hear about their history because I didn't, well, from his perspective, but I didn't know about this. Don't make me expose you to those who don't know you. Yeah, Gibbs is hard. He's hardcore.
yeah. After last time we talked, I went back to some of these favorites of mine. Like I remember the one like rapper Fabulous or Fabulous. Do you
Yeah,
remember him? Like,
fabulous. Yeah,
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 yeah. Listen to some of his songs. Like again,
yeah. Which
completely
ones?
forgotten about him. I don't remember the names, but some of the like biggest singles from around the like late 2000s era.
Like Breathe, like that song, that
Yeah,
Just
I
Blaze
think
song.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't that one. I'm not the hugest Fabulous fan, even though he's like well regarded and also seen as such a great lyricist. I think he's good, but like I never got that into him. He did too many poppy stuff too before, so too many of those impressing the girls records.
But again, back to Freddie Gibbs. So, what else is there to say?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
We could give a shout out to the last song, which has like several features and
yeah,
like a fairly steady beat, and then it kind of has some sketches in the end.
yeah. I liked all the songs. So there's not one I didn't. Yeah, there's one I would just. It's just the tone of the record is. It's not that it's bad, but it's not. It wouldn't be my favorite. There was only like one track like that, but I forget what that one is named. But in general, like it's like I liked every single track. Like everyone was banging, and
And again,
I just really
the track order and everything just flows so well together. And
yeah. Yeah, it's really taking you in that journey from like beginning to end. So yeah, you're right. It's like it just flows. It goes to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. Yeah,
but these songs also like work really well on like standalone songs as well.
yeah,
Like I often like put all like the Danny Brown, then the Rake one, and then Shitsville. Those three songs I often listen to just on their own. Yeah.
and what's good is that he has tracks for like different vibes and moods, and still they fit. Like you said, like the song "High," like with Danny Brown. That's a very spring, summer, like good vibes, like having fun, like chill kind of sound. And then some are like really kind of heavy, like the one with Rekwan, like Bomb, like that's much more like almost like kind of darker, sinister sounding um, uh, type sound. So they're like different sounds. So that they stand alone also works really well. But in the album, you get like different moods and different feels. So it's not just a straight like gangster vibe. Then there's like kind of like a chill, like a fun vibe, and then this album has what is kind of a lost art now that you do streaming and you don't really produce albums to buy is the interludes. So he has really funny, entertaining interludes as well. Uh, like the one where he's like, "I have a Master P deal, you have a TLC." Like there are a lot of these like funny, like comedic interludes. There's the one where he's singing I think it's a New Edition song. Like he's singing this R&B, pop R&B song, like in a caricaturish way. That part is really funny too. So the guy, he also shows his kind of funny humor side, which is important in hip hop as well. It's not just about being serious, but also seeing a bit of humor as well. Uh, so this album has it all, yeah, I think. But also the critique, like you said, there is a critique. There's serious critique in there as well. There's a reflection of society and societal problems and the issues they face, but then there's a critique. So, um, that song like where he's talking about just like me. If you're doing this and this, like you're just like me, like you're just like me, and those things are not great things. Those are some of the things that are troubling. But there's a kind of an effort to connect, like we're the same. Like don't think we're different. Like there's someone else going through it too, and that kind of feeling. So yeah, a lot of like powerful um, lyrics in there as well. I was very impressed. Yeah,
Yeah, that's from Siegewell, that you are just like
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah. That's a pretty powerful song, Shitswill.
Yeah, it's like
Right,
really
and
fun, that kind of classic, like really bouncy rap song, fairly aggressive.
yeah, but with a message because he's like saying that, right? And a lot of people they are from there, but they want to pretend like they're not from there. So he's kind of giving that like, why do you need to feel the shame from this is where we come from, like, and these are some of the conditions, like, and stop pretending like you don't come from there or you're too good for it now or something like that. Like, so yeah.
Yeah, kind of what Kendrick talks about in To Pimp a Butterfly, that I have
Yeah.
survivor skills and stuff, like, because he's now
Yeah.
like so rich after getting out of Compton.
Yeah. Yeah. So
How much a
yeah.
dollar costs. So
Yeah. 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 Like Gibbs is like this other, like he's more on the, because he is, I mean, he's gang affiliated and all that. So he's coming from more the gang side, but that's why I said, getting back to Gary, Indiana, if you know something about the place, you know, there's more power to what he's rapping about. But because if you can imagine the condition of that place and the situation, the challenges people go through, so it's much like with Griselda rapping about Buffalo, New York, and stuff like that. So, you know, I like, so he's more in that, like, with the, you know, the Griselda and all that, Benny the Butcher and Conway and all that, kind of coming from more on the gangster tip, uh, but nonetheless talking about issues and stuff like that, different perspective. And Kendrick is like, what can he say? He's a different kind of poet in a way, talking about the same issues but from a different perspective. And Kendrick is just something else altogether. Um,
and Madlib is a very interesting character. If you look at like some of his interviews on YouTube, he's like very shy and introverted, and when somebody asks him questions, he usually answers just like with like one word or max 2 sentences. He doesn't really like talking, but he talks with his beats, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, what great beats! I honestly am not that familiar with Madlib Productions, but the production on this album is amazing. So I very much want to hear like other things produced by him and stuff, because I really like the production.
But I think that's probably enough for this album. I'm glad you liked it, and I thought that you were gonna like it.
And I like how he did the combo of like kind of contemporaries, but then real old school, like top
Yeah.
tier MCs, like bringing that homage, like getting um Rick on there and Scarface. I mean, those are like really great features. Like, even though you said they were on them, I forgot. As you're listening, you kind of forget they're on there, and then when they come up on a song, you're like, oh, like, you know, when Scarface came out, you're like, yeah, like you get so excited. So that was really awesome that he did the blend of that. And then I guess he did get MC8 on there, but on that song about LA, he does kind of shout him out because he's like, uh, Gia, and that's MC8, like well known what MC8 says. So I think he's kind of shouted him out there. But that would have been awesome if MC8 would have been featured on that. Um, so
I'm old
I mean,
school. I'm old school, Janice. Yeah.
yeah, I'm old school. I am so old school. Well, that's because all this was contemporary to when I was growing up. Like those are our rap guys. So when you're like now listening to a Kendrick, for us it was like Scarface. It was Ice Cube. It was so yeah, it
I
was
beat up the
MC8.
toughest guy in Essex County. Yeah.
And MC8 is even in the Criterion collection, right? Because he's a menace to society. So
Yeah. That's a really good movie.
yeah,
But again, I think this is like top 5 hip hop albums of the 2010s
yeah.
to me.
I
So.
mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not honestly like when I didn't listen to as much stuff after 2010, so I don't even remember who in 2010 decade. I mean, Dark Twisted Fantasy is a top album of 2010. This I would say could very well be a top album of 20 of the 2010s. I mean, obviously you have To Pimp a Butterfly. I mean, you have all the Kendrick hammers in there. Um, Who else dropped in the 2010s?
Well, for me, like it would be like again To Pimp a Butterfly first, then Danny Brown's Atrocity Exhibition, then Danny Brown's Triple X, and then this probably. So,
Okay, I've like not listened to any Danny Brown, to be honest, so I don't
yeah,
know.
I'm just like I'm a fanboy with him. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know his stuff. So, like I said, like you'll basically introduce me to a lot of the hip hop that I haven't listened to be honest. So,
Well, I will probably recommend it at some point. So. Like, it's totally a different beast, but
yeah, definitely.
And I'm actually planning to recommend lots of hip hop this year. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see
But
after we finish.
next one is gonna be some like totally different type of music though. So
Yeah, I'm excited too.
I thought that because I've recommended you so many Japanese films that maybe it's time to recommend some Japanese music. So
What? Nice.
yeah. So this is like this like art pop like a duo that I really like called Kikuohana. And it's like this electronic art pop stuff with like very dark lyrics about like anxiety and things like that. So it would have been like very, very good with silent voice. Actually, it would have fit with that really well.
But the lyrics will be Japanese, right? Or
Yeah, but you can find translations of them. So I've looked at
oh,
some
okay,
of the translations.
okay, okay.
So the album is called Dainimaku. It's from 2017. But obviously, when after this podcast I do the intro, you can see it there. So because obviously it's in different language, so it's hard to kind of when I'm just saying it, get what it is.
Yeah.
Although, by the way, to our viewers, I was thinking that I would change the introduction videos to just doing community posts from now on. So instead of introduction video, I will do just a community post. Because when I do the introduction videos, I never feel like really spoiling the movies anyway. So I think it's better just to do a community post maybe where I just say that next time we will talk about this and that. And if I have some comments, I can write it there. So.
Yeah. I mean,
So yeah, and I can like put links to the community post as well. So like again, the names of everything and then like Letterboxd links and things like that.
Yeah, I think it's nice that you take the effort to make the video. That's a lot that you do for this.
And again, by the way, I'll give like quick shout out to one of the songs of this album that I'm gonna recommend that I want you to pay like particular attention to. So it's the 6th song of the album. So
okay,
it's called Hitogawari. But depending on where you listen to the album, it might be in kanji, the language, so the Japanese letters and everything. So, but it's the 6th song of the album. So because that's in the conversation of being like my favorite song of all time, and I've talked about it on my channel a couple of times that because it's all about toxic relationships and anxiety that the song basically like sounds like my brain basically. So I think it's very important song for me. So it would be cool to hear what you think of it. And okay, that's definitely a song where it's interesting to read the translation of the lyrics. There is this kind of animated music video for it on YouTube, and you can put the lyrics on, so you can listen to it and see the lyrics at the same time in English. So.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah.
But again, in the community post, I can even link that video as well. So, yeah. So. And this album, again, many Japanese albums aren't as well available on streaming services. So, depending on which streaming service you use, you might have to listen to it on YouTube. Do you use Spotify or Apple Music or what?
I have access to Spotify, and I use Kobas, the European streaming service.
Yeah, but this is on Spotify at least. Again, I use Tidal,
It's on
and
Spotify?
unfortunately, it's on Spotify.
And I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not pretty sure, but I think Kobas might have it because they actually quite well represented with world music, as opposed to like a Tidal or something like that. But
yeah, but Japanese music is always there's some like rights issues often, so it's like very specific to Japan that many of their albums aren't well available. But
So,
I checked it was on Spotify, so at least it's on Spotify.
and of course, I'll listen to it on YouTube. I mean, I'll listen to it whichever way it's available. So,
But with the community post, I'll probably leave a link to the album on YouTube as well. So if anybody wants to listen to it, all of the viewers as well can.
yeah.
But anyway, hopefully you like it. I really love the album. It's really weird stuff and might take a couple listens to get into it, as it has like really crazy production that draws from like soundtracks and jazz and like weird industrial electronic stuff and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've started like kind of listening right away to the music because I also like realized the music recommendation with music. It's like you got to listen, re-listen, right? With the movie, sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, I'll watch it closer to the chat time so it's fresher in my mind. But um, yeah, I actually want to see if I actually have the ability to take some notes because I still don't take notes. This is all freestyling, which
Yeah, me neither.
so I'm like, because I do have thoughts about things even when I'm listening to the music, and I forget. I just listen, and then I'm like, by the time I come to the chat, like half the things I forget. So
But I think I usually pay a bit more attention just because, again, my brain knows that I have to talk about this, so I can even more easily get into the zone of like concentrating better and stuff. So,
I don't know. I always get like surprised that I say anything because up to the point I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna say, and then I like stress about it, and then like I have like not a great sleep the night before, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna say this time. I don't know what I'm gonna say this time, and then I don't know. The conversation starts, and then we end up look like now like three hours plus, and then I'm like, where did all that come from? But then sometimes when we're talking, I think, uh, I haven't said anything that good and all that stuff, and then when I listen back, I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually pretty good.
yeah, I think they always come up well, even though I'm also nervous and I don't really prepare anything to say other than maybe like one or two small things. But it's just somehow it always just flows anyway, so I'm glad
Yeah,
that it happens this way.
yeah. But it's not like for mine, like my comments are not very organized. They're like random. So I'm wondering if I actually took the effort to take some notes, I'd actually make some start. Because sometimes I feel like I'm jumping here. I'm talking about some so like analysis of that piece of work in society, and then I'm like talking about the aesthetic on the next point. Then I'm talking. So I'm like I'm jumping around too much.
Yeah. Yeah, but often happens to me too. Like when you are saying something, then I might start thinking about like with Conan, I started thinking about the Sopranos and McDonald's and Thatcher and Reagan and everything. So it's just I always
Yeah,
get many of these either because I have that kind of brain that I like associate things with other things like very easily. So even some like small word might trigger something in my head,
yeah,
and
same.
then I might have like some like song stuck in my head. So for example, like I think I told you this in the aftertalk last time, but every time somebody mentions Tarkovsky's Mirror, I start thinking about the Bruno Mars Lil
Yeah,
Wayne song The Mirror,
yeah,
like
yeah.
because I have that association.
Yeah, I'm the same way, and you make an interesting point that you get said that these are like anxious brains, and then I wonder if that's also part of the anxious brain thing because if you have a lot of anxiety, means you need to be like hyper aware of a lot of things all at once, and then I wonder if that's what like kind of creates this ability to connect like random things,
Yeah.
but then at the same time, it can also when you're trying to talk about one thing, your brain can start going like left, right, and all kinds of directions, like shooting off in different directions. So I don't know.
And I've noticed that for certain things, I have way better memory than other people. And the reason I have that better memory is that because I overanalyze every single thing and
Yeah,
I kind of
yeah,
live situations multiple times because, again, there is the actual moment, and then after that, I have to
yeah,
analyze them a few times. So that's why I like remember like very random like social situations like years down the road, even though those days like
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
mean anything.
yeah,
Like my friend like always says that, like I say to him that remember like 18 months ago I was sitting there, you were sitting in that side of the table, and he doesn't remember it at all. But
Yeah.
I remember like every single detail, and I remember what we talked about as well.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky actually hearing you say that, because I'm like, oh, I like describing my experiences in life.
And then
So I'll
sometimes
be
I
like, ah,
pretend, sometimes I pretend with other people that when they say that something that I know they have said before, but I pretend that it's the first time they say it, even though I remember that they have talked about it
yeah,
before.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. And then sometimes you say something, and then like when you guys were doing the Ronan Nazareth talk and all this, and then and then like Ronan was like talking about Ballad of Giorgio Cortez, and then I was like, I just commented, I was like, oh yeah, you saw it in my hall and you commented, and I was like, oh my god, and then I deleted that comment, and then I didn't know it was still there, and then Nazareth put it up, and I was like, so embarrassing, because it's like, okay, it's this random thing, like it's like it's not like someone's gonna remember, and then I started thinking, oh wait a minute, did that actually happen, or was it from a previous haul before I even had the channel? And then you start like questioning yourself, and then you get all this anxiety as a result, and you feel so like silly for doing it. You're like, why did I do that? Especially if it's in a public forum, you're like, oh my god, why did I do that? That's such a dumb comment like that. Yeah, it's strange having this brain, isn't it?
And it's year after year, and it never gets better. What can you do?
Yeah, yeah. You just like you have to like calm yourself down. You're like, yo, calm down. It's a little bit better. I used to drink a lot more like coffee and like caffeine and stuff, and then I didn't realize that that's not really when you have an anxious brain that just throws it into hyperdrive. So it's gotten a little bit better as I've reduced like caffeine and stuff. So even before this chat and stuff, it's like I initially used to like have coffee before it, and then I was like so anxious. So I was like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You get too like yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, but anyway, maybe we should talk about hockey just for a little
And
bit to kind of.
now this is now recorded, so it's gonna be like luckily it's at the end, so it's like no one very few people are gonna watch this late, so no
Maybe
one's gonna
Tony,
hear
but
it.
although he hasn't seen a couple of these films, so it might take a while for him to watch the whole thing. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
But yeah,
hockey.
so again, first thing I'll say is that again, last time I got some of the bracket information wrong. It's hard to obviously remember them the first round that how it's gonna develop after it. But one
Only
thing
you remember that you got it wrong.
yeah,
I bet nobody remembers that you got anything wrong.
nobody watches hockey here anyway, so they don't even
No,
care.
no one will remember what you said either.
But I'm so glad that I was wrong about the Vegas and Dallas series. Obviously,
Yeah.
it was really tough series, but Dallas came back fortunately. So. And now
Yes.
they won against Colorado as well. I was actually betting that Colorado is going to win that series because they again were playing so well against the Winnipeg Jets. But then again, Dallas ended up winning in 6 games. So. And now they're in the conference finals against either Vancouver or Edmonton. We'll see. Vancouver has now 2 chances. Have to win the 6th game tonight or then in a couple of days, the game 7.
To be honest, that last minute loss um, in game 4 was like sucked, because I was like, I feel like with a team like Edmonton, you need 3 chances. So it would have been nice to be 3-1, and then you had 3 chances to try to win again against Edmonton, because I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight, because the game will start here at 1 a.m. UK time. I usually watch it on delay when like I get up, but like I'm so like they're gonna come flying. Like Edmonton's gonna come flying. Like they're just it's gonna be the craziest like first like 5 minutes ever, because those guys, they come out like those like sharks ready for a feeding. So the first 5 minutes are going to be shots. Like there's going to be a shot like from the first second. And I don't know, man. I'm very nervous. I'm very happy Golden Knights are out. I'm happy for Dallas. Golden Knights out. I'm happy for Dallas beating the Avalanche. Uh, you're not maybe privy to this history, but Canucks have a long history of having to play the Avalanche. And especially back in the day when Joe Sakic and all them were there, Forsberg and all them. And Sakic is from Vancouver, so it would be this weird thing where like Sakic is there, so everyone's like excited to see Sakic because he's Burnaby Joe, but then he's playing against the Canucks and absolutely destroying them. And so just Avalanche, I was just like, it's okay. Dallas Stars, I like. Avalanche, it's okay that they're out. Happy to see Stars there. Edmonton, Vancouver, I don't know. I mean, Edmonton's such a scary team. That doesn't mean I don't believe in my team in anything like that, but I'm, nervous about that. And then on the East Coast, crazy stuff. Carolina's comeback was amazing against the Rangers. It wasn't this overwhelming win for Rangers at the end. So close, so sad for Carolina. Um, yeah, and then we got Florida putting the Bruins out, which is great.
Yeah. Bruins are awful, so yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. Way to go. So no problem there. So
No, it Joe Sakic is still in Colorado, but I think he's either the coach or the GM. I don't remember which one he is.
Burnaby Joe. We have a Joe Sakic like way. Yeah. There's a street named after him in Burnaby, so Burnaby Joe. But anyways, but Florida, New York's going to be a great series. Overall, really great series. I mean, really great hockey.
Okay, Florida has better team overall, but again, New York Rangers has the goalie might make the difference. So although Florida's goalie Sergei Bobrovsky is amazing as well. So,
yeah. That a check.
It would be pretty crazy if Florida went to the finals 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me is like, I think Florida, I don't know the history because I haven't watched hockey for a few years. It was difficult to watch games here and stuff, and I wasn't really watching. So I don't know the recent history of Florida, but I feel like Rangers fans have suffered a lot over the years of having such a terrible Rangers team. So it's kind of nice for them that they get a really strong New York team. So I guess it would be fun for them. But at the same time, Florida has a great team as well. So I don't know what's going to happen.
And Florida has never won the Stanley Cup, so it would be great if they won for the first time.
Yeah. They can bring the cup to Trump's golf course.
I mean, they will bring it here too because they have so many Finnish players, so they will bring it here.
Yeah, are they allowed to?
They always.
I'm joking. Yeah. I'm just kidding. You hard to.
I mean, 2 years ago, again, the Colorado guys bring it here.
But in terms of priorities, where the cup should go before Finland, I just think Vancouver is a lot closer.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice? Downtown, Robson Street, and the Canucks are coming down, and they're holding the cup.
But if you win it in Florida, for example, that's a pretty long way as well. Yeah. From basically
when they do the post celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we haven't had that, right? So, anyways, Oilers At least they had their legendary team.
I would be really surprised. Again, I think Vancouver could very well beat Edmonton, but I don't think they're gonna beat Dallas. And Dallas also has because they've now the series is over. They get a couple of extra rest days as well, and they have the home advantage as well.
But the Canucks weren't supposed to beat Nashville either.
Yeah.
Well, on your thing, you were like, what was it? Nashville in 7.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the playoff experience. Obviously, Vancouver is like the names are better, but I was thinking that the experience might play a part.
But where would be the excitement in life if it was all about experience and, the older guys? Because you were like, what did you say about Dallas? What did you say about Las Vegas? You're like men versus boys. Well, sometimes boys beat men because men get old. So look at you. Look at that. Look at your young age, but then look at what you bring to the movie tube community. We wouldn't judge you by your age, would we?
Not well, some people do. Yeah.
Yeah. So think of Arthur Sheloves. Think of what it would mean for Arthur Sheloves as a 23-year-old.
Yeah.
To do what like Patrick Waugh did when he was in Montreal as a young boy. Not as a young boy, but in his 20s. But young for hockey standards.
But again, my prediction is that Vancouver has to win tonight, and if it goes to Game 7, then Edmonton is gonna win.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you need 3 chances.
Yeah.
So they better come out flying.
Yeah,
Like,
but I think
they'll have to come out like for a fight. They're going to get the worst fight ever. Like Edmonton's going to try to score like 4 goals in like the first 5 minutes. Like they're going to try to do what they were doing with the Kings, like scoring like 7 goals and stuff like that. Like, those guys, I mean, they are what they are. So you see, they can score in the first few seconds. So they're going to go crazy. They're playing at home. Their back is against the wall. But I hope that the Canucks also, come fired up, because there are some players that are fired up. Like Miller, you can see he has that passion going. He's Hughes is fighting. You got Zadorov. And then those guys are really, Garland and all those guys. I mean, so some of them are ready for the fight. Let's hope everyone's ready for the fight. And as you said, whatever you said about Pettersson and his video games, so I hope he doesn't play video games and just get some sleep. Yeah. But you heard, one thing I heard is Arthur Sheloves asked our coach to get him some blackout blinds so he could get a proper night's sleep. So there you go, Sheloves. Don't play video games. Get some sleep. Don't overthink it.
And Vancouver cannot take many penalties because Edmonton has the best power play in the league. So.
That's the hardest part. And the positive of the last game was that they finally defended against that power play. Because before it was just assumed they're going to score. But they finally, after defending, keeping them scoreless over 5 power plays, they finally, hopefully, saw that they are able to defend against that power play. But yeah, you can't take the penalties, but it's very hard not to. Huh? When McDavid is circling around you like that, it's it's just human nature. You hook him a little too much. So.
There are those crazy highlights when McDavid is just skating through the whole enemy team, like all the 5 players, and just scored a goal.
He circles, the way he cuts, he's so amazing. The amount of power and force and how he can just cut. And that goal he scored where he was gone on that break, the accuracy of the shot, and he's something else. And Dreisaitl's something else. They're both something else. So
yeah, Draisaitl is another top 5 player in the league. So.
I mean, he's unreal.
Yeah. He's not as fast, but he's a bit more physical and again an amazing goal scorer.
Yeah. So let's
Yeah, I
see.
mean when they have the all-star competitions, McDavid usually wins the fastest skater, so he might be the fastest skater in the leagues.
So, anyways, number one, of course, I'd love the Canucks to bring the cup home. But number two, let Edmonton bring it. That's it. Because Canada hasn't had a cup in general, so in so long.
Yeah, in
So
30 years or so.
so yeah. So anyways, it would be basically the battle for oil if it was like Dallas versus Edmonton. It would be like the oil battle for oil.
And again, I'm rooting for Dallas and Florida equally because both are full of Finnish players.
Yeah, because you're pro America. You just want everything American. This. We know that about you. That's why you love American Sniper so much.
And Saving Private Ryan.
So there you go. It's all talk. You say this about this, and this, America, this, and then what do you cheer? The American teams. And which is the kind of more snobby, erudite hockey watching population and the most critical? The Canadian fans. So it's harder to play for a Canadian team because their players get scrutinized way more than no one's really scrutinizing the Panthers players, but they will scrutinize. So if you see like Vancouver go down or Edmonton go down, then there's going to be all this scrutiny over those guys. So they have a harder job to do. But anyways, no one understands. If you're Canadian, you understand. But if you're not Canadian, you don't understand. And if you're a Finnish intellectual, you just intellectualize the whole thing, and then you say, on paper this, and this stat this, and that stat that. And which team has the more Finnish players? And
But in 2 hours, it's gonna be Canada versus Finland in the World Championship.
I haven't watched that at all, actually. I support Finland in the World Championships.
We have been pretty awful this time, so
yeah. Canada has had its share.
Yeah, Canada had a very embarrassing game against Austria that they were leading 6-1 and Austria went 6-6.
I never told you the story when it was the Winter Olympics and it was the gold medal game. And I was studying in US at the time. In Canada was playing US. And I was like, if Canada loses, like, I don't want to go to my classes tomorrow because all I'm going to get is what happened. Right? So I was like, oh, that I felt so much tension in that game. But then Canada won the gold medal. And so then I went to school, I went to my classes, and I had my head held high. But I'm gracious. I didn't say anything. I just quietly sat there.
I've actually had a Olympic hockey medal in my hand.
Oh,
because because again the 2010 Olympics, like the women's team, Finnish team, I think they get bronze or silver, and then they came to our school and with the medals, and we got to see the medals and touch them and everything.
That's very cool. Oh, and question I never asked you: did you play hockey?
Well, a little bit, but again, I always hated ice skating. So, but I like the sticks and just shooting the puck. But I hated the skating aspect. So, yeah.
What position did you play?
Well, I've mostly just played with friends, so sometimes again forward and sometimes. But I always hated being goalie. I was always scared about it.
Yeah, so I can't skate, but always played road hockey and hockey in the gym.
Yeah, road hockey. I also preferred.
But I always liked playing goalie. I actually liked being in goal because I was terrible at shooting. I could never get any height to my shots.
Yeah.
So I like being goalie. That's what I like to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I had this really nice Bauer stick, like again the brand Bauer, like it's one of the big brands, like the
Yes, Bauer,
expensive
of
stick.
course.
Yeah,
You don't have to tell me I'm from Canada.
and like we also have this like very popular sport in Finland called floorball, which also has sticks and then a ball, and it's kind of like hockey, but it's played in kind of like a basketball court.
Oh
But
yeah. We
yeah, I
play
played
that too.
that. Yeah, that's something I played a lot and loved playing that. So.
Great save, she loves.
I remember my teacher gave me a shout out that, oh, SJS, he got 2+2, so 2 goals and 2 assists.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I had
Now
this really nice shot.
if Pedersen could get your numbers, we'd be great.
Yeah.
If he could get 2 goals and 2 assists, that would be great.
But I had this kind of sniper shot that again from a long way, like I put the ball into the upper corner. It was really nice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice.
But with hockey, I also had the problem that I couldn't get the puck like moving up that well. But with
Yeah,
floorball, it was easier. So
yeah. Pedersen, where is he from? Is he Swedish?
yeah, Swedish.
Yeah, we always get the sensitive Swedish players.
And it's funny that Vancouver
The
has
one,
two.
the ones who are like ruminating, like a Bergman film. It's like, don't need to think about existence right now. Just go and score goals.
And it's funny Vancouver has two. Elias Petterssons, one of them plays in the Farm League AHL. So they both have exactly the same name, and both are from Sweden.
Remember when we had the Swedish twins, the Sedins,
Yeah, legends.
legends?
Daniel was more of the goal scorer, and Henrik was the playmaker.
Oh man, and Alex Burrows. So when I got my hockey jersey at that time, it was when we were in the playoffs with Boston. Well, we aren't with Boston yet. We're playing like San Jose, and I was like in New York then, and my sister sent me the jersey as a birthday gift. But I didn't get any name on the jersey because I was like, I don't like that. Then you could get the name on the jersey, and then if the player gets traded or something like that, then it's
Yeah.
like. So I just got the jersey without any name on it. But at that time, you had many options because you had Naslund, you had Henrik and Daniel Sedin, you had Alex Burrows, you had Matthias Olin, you had a lot of options of different players who you could get on the jersey. But
You could have put Supataz in it. Yeah.
Supotaz. Supotaz. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Supataz, the
I don't
Czech
like talking about hockey with you because you always make me nervous with your anti-Canucks rhetoric. Last time too, you can ask my wife. I was stressed every game. Oh, Canucks are gonna lose Nashville in 7. So every time they're playing that, I'm like, oh my god. Oh my, I don't want to discuss this on the podcast. If they lose in 7 games, then we'll get SGS. Ha! I told you. I know. I studied the stats. I know the numbers. It's just not possible.
Yeah, but many of my predictions were wrong. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, how else are we supposed to know you're human?
But I think again, Vancouver has a good chance tonight. Yeah.
I don't.
It's gonna be
I don't
close.
know. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Like Oilers are gonna play so crazy that can they hold them? Because like you said, if they come out flying and they go down to their bad habits and they take penalties and Edmonton gets a few power play goals right away, it's not going to be like, so they're going to have to play the best game they've played in the playoffs, which I don't think they're not capable of doing because last game they dominated. But to play like last game with Euler at their best too, like I don't know. And honestly, Game 7 win, it's very scary because if you're at home, I don't know. Canucks have a history of they do better um, when they're playing not at home. So when they're the visitors, they tend to do better because I think there's a lot of pressure when they're at home. So
Yeah, but you can exploit Edmonton's weak goalie, so you can easily get a couple of goals.
who's going to score? Who do you think will score from the Canucks? Do you
Brock
think
Besser.
Pedersen's going to score?
No, not
Besser?
Pedersen. Besser at least.
Ouch.
And maybe Miller, of course. JT Miller can do it also.
Well, those scrappy guys can do it too. Joshua,
Yeah, Joshua has been like
Garland,
one of the best. No.
Zadorov maybe.
Yeah.
But Zadorov's a monster. I can't believe he's 6'5", 265 pounds, and that's like muscle. Like, obviously he's fit. He's huge. Did you see when he hit Kane into the Oilers bench? That was classic.
Yeah, I would be really scared if I was a hockey player and if I was like 5'10" or something, and then there are these 6'5" guys. Like who
That is
Quinn
crazy,
Hughes,
isn't
for
it?
example, is so small.
Yeah, it's like it's such a dangerous game, right? When like sometimes when they're getting hit in the board and their neck is like this and like that, you're like, holy smokes! Like, it's brutal. Actually, it's quite a brutal sport.
And people on average have gotten a bit taller, so but there are still some like 5'9" guys and that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing with McDavid is because he is big. He's not small because he doesn't have the same problems like Gretzky had.
Yeah.
Right? Like because when you're a player like that, you're a finesse player, but you're not big and tough. Like McDavid's like he's got finesse and he's big and tough, so that's different. But when you're like a finesse player and you're smaller, you're gonna get crunched, right? The big guy is gonna come after you. So let's see. SGS, let's see. Let's see what happens.
And the Florida Rangers will be 6 or 7 games probably. So
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough series. I think you're right. I think Florida will beat the Rangers because what I've seen in Florida, and especially what Carolina started doing with the Rangers, I think I don't think this is going to be tough. And Dallas Stars, whether it's Oilers or Vancouver, I mean Edmonton or Vancouver, like either one's going to have because that goalie alone, like the Dallas goalie is so good. So that's the worst thing you can face in a playoff, an excellent goalie, because you lose all your confidence, especially if you're a player like Pedersen who can't score right now anyways. Like, yeah, it can really demoralize you to have a goalie like that, to play against a goalie like that. So let's see. Let's see. 4
anyway,
hours ago. So
yeah, I think that's enough about hockey. And again, we will do the next episode in a couple of weeks. I think it's June the 1st. I'm pretty sure it's.
In your timeline, you can call this part self-indulgence because we're only doing it for ourselves because I don't think anyone's basically watches this part. It's just self-indulgence.
They might watch next time when we talk about the Euro football a little bit, because that's obviously a bit more popular than hockey.
Yeah, let's see.
Although again, my football knowledge is like very casual, so it's gonna be like all very stupid comments, like, but I enjoy following it anyway.
Yeah, mine is less than that. I basically am one of those that only get into it during the tournament.
Yeah, we can
I haven't been watching these players as they're playing in the relative clubs. So a lot of people already know the players on the different countries' teams, which I don't.
But I guess we are gonna support Germany and
Yeah, Germany, Netherlands.
England.
Yeah, England. Yeah, England. Scotland's in it this time too.
And again, we are gonna root against Spain and Portugal.
Always, always.
But okay, like I said, Italy is one of the southern countries that I like.
Yeah. I mean, I generally, support those teams you mentioned, and I'll support like the Eastern European teams generally as well.
I mean, Poland is usually pretty good, and Croatia.
Yeah, Poland's always good. Yeah, Croatia's there. Croatia's good. Yeah, I've seen them good. So
Although some of their like best players, I think, have retired now. Like Luka Modric was their best, and now he's retired. I think, so.
yeah, quite a few Euro Cups ago when I was working in Afghanistan, we had some people from Croatia also working there, right? So there was one game, it was Croatia versus Italy. So they hyped everyone up to support Croatia, and I was like, but Italy, like, is there like a great team? And then like, so I supported Italy. I was like, no. I'm going for Italy. I'm not going to follow the masses.
No. And Tony hates football, even though again he lives in Berlin, Germany. So.
Tony hates football, but likes footballers.
Yeah, although I think he prefers boxers and MMA fighters. Just
like okay, that's his type. Okay.
Yeah. Although he's gonna support Eastern Europe, just like you. Although I'm not gonna say why. But yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you in the after talk.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna. I wanna tell all the dirty secrets now.
Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, but anyway, again, exciting times ahead. Next time, Tarkovsky, Ceylon, Japanese weird pop music. Then again, NHL. It will probably be like. Again, the conference finals will be maybe about to end around those times, and it will be like 11 days before the Euro football starts, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'll be able to show up for that podcast for the hockey talk. We'll see.
Yeah. And then in the summer, I can talk about the trade market and things like that for NHL, because I love that stuff, like the cap hits and trades and drafts. Like that's my favorite thing. Yeah.
You could have been the hockey version of Moneyball.
Yeah.
You missed your calling.
Yeah. I mean, my university has like one of the best sports sciences departments in the whole world. So, yeah.
No, but that Moneyball, like the character. Well, like I mean, you can read the book as well, the Michael Lewis book. But the character Jonah Hill plays in the movie Moneyball, he was just like a stats guy. Yeah. He wasn't like an experienced player or coach or anything. He just did the stats. Like if you love stats so much, it's like you could have totally done that. Yeah. You could be like one of those like scouts and stuff that you basically scout players based on stats and all that. I mean, forget all the social sciences. Forget trying to save the world. The world doesn't want to be saved.
Let's just focus on these capitalist American corporate sports leagues and stuff. Yeah.
It's all about the money. Yes. It's all about the money.
Yeah.
You want you want to complete the Criterion collection. Get that money.
Yeah. Canada gets always screwed in the NHL. And the players get screwed because when you are in Canada, your huge salary, half of it goes to the taxes, but then you are in Florida and no income tax at all. So,
yeah.
Same with
exactly. And you get paid in Canadian dollars, which is not as strong as the US. And you're basically in a socialist country. That's another minus. Something is more than worse than socialist now. Yeah. It's the end. As Peterson says, Canada is basically ending now. So
yeah, instead of 10 Lamborghinis, you can only buy 5. So
you need to flock to the nearest tax shelter place and like take all your money. Don't let the Canadian government have it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm in London, so I can pay even even higher taxes in the UK than I would pay in Canada. I'm reverse. I'm paying even more tax.
And here in Finland, we have even more tax than the UK. Yeah.
We should be on the Cayman Islands. We should do what that guy in that Karasmaki movie where he took the money, sold his business, and like took it in cash and like basically left the country.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I think it's time to end this 4-hour podcast.
Yeah.
The longest.
Sorry,
This is even longer than our Sopranos podcast. So yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, again, thanks for watching. I know nobody is making this far, but if you did, you can comment down below what you think about any of these topics. I know you won't, but I'll ask anyway. And yeah, look out for the next episode. That should be fun as always. So, yeah. Sayonara. Arigato gozaimashita. I'm the Vulgarian troglodyte. I was here with my henchman. Bye bye.